It might be gloomy in Medford today, but thankfully we're inside, so we won't have to deal with that today here at Gancher. Hello, everyone, and welcome to JumboCast for today's presentation of the Tufts Stampede Invitational, a track meet here at Gancher hosted by Tufts, welcoming more than 30 schools across the country out to Medford, Massachusetts today. We have a long slate of events today. We're going from 10 a.m. all the way down to 5 p.m. today, but it should be fun today, and we should be highlighting so many amazing student athletes from across the country today. So, slate of events today. We're going to be starting with our track today on the unseated women's 5K, which will be times below 1840 in terms of performance. Then on our West Circle camera, which you should see on the bottom left, I imagine, will be men's weight throw, which will consist of 3 flights. Sorry, bottom right. And then on the bottom left, we will be seeing the women's long jump, 2 flights of that, top 9 going off to a final. Off camera will be the men's high jump, as well as the women's pole vault, which you might be able to catch some glimpses of on our jumps camera. But we're going to be getting started here pretty soon with the unseated women's 5K. I believe they just called for the runners to check in. But yeah, should be a fun day inside. We'll avoid the incoming snowstorm later today, which should be fun for some sledding after the meet today, but not fun for anyone driving around this afternoon or evening because we're expecting some ice as well today. That snowstorm also caused the Bates-Tufts game, which will be also on JumboCast this afternoon, to get pushed to tonight at 5 p.m. So if you wish, you can watch both of our streams today with basketball and track and field, both here in the Tisch Sports Complex. While we wait for the unseated women's 5K to start, I'll go ahead and go through some of the entries you'll expect to see while we wait for this to start. This will be Heat 2 on the live tracker, but we're expecting to see in here, for the Bose fans at home, we have 2 jumbos in this heat, both with performance listings at 1840, sophomore Mia Corso and junior Vivian Lowe. And then we'll also be seeing around 13 other entries, including Megan Conway and Audrey Jankovic of Springfield, Katie Earle and Sarah West of Mount Holyoke College, Zoe Maggioni of Trinity, Megan Sullivan of Springfield, Chloe Vescio of Wheaton, Elizabeth Gerby of Mount Holyoke, Alexa Allen of the Coast Guard Academy, Kelsey Gladu of the University of New England, Paige Janicki of Connecticut, of Trinity College, Rowan Bixler of Amherst, and then Gwen Anderson of Bates. Those will be the runners that are starting to line up now for the women's 5K. You'll see them popping up on the screen right there. They'll be lining up on the start line for this 25-lap distance race. The longest race of today by far, the seated race, which will be times faster than 1840, will go later. Runners now taking their start positions. You'll see bibs 1 through 8 line up here, including the two jumbos, Mia Corso and Vivian Lau. You'll see Mia towards the right and Vivian just to her left. And you'll also see on your screen Gwen Anderson, Rowan Bixler, Paige Janicki, Kelsey Gladu, Alexa Allen, and Elizabeth Gerby on that first start line as we get ready to start. officials giving the thumbs up, which means the pistol will be fired very shortly. But we should be getting started here momentarily. They're solving some last-minute issues. Ah, that is why. They had some other runners practicing and warming up on the oval, and they needed to get those individuals cleared off of the track so the women's 5K could get started. Looks like they're finishing that up now, but looks like we're getting ready to start here very shortly after this group of runners crosses the track. Looks like some of our other events have started. High jump ongoing behind us. And looks like the weight throw is about to start on our other camera on the east circle. And the 5K runners are off. This pistol has sounded and they'll get soundly into pace here as they start lap 1. We'll be checking in on those runners throughout the next 15 to 20 minutes. This will once again be a 25-lap race. So we'll be giving you guys periodic updates as that goes on. Meanwhile, over at the weight throw for the men, this appears to be starting very shortly. I believe we just saw, I'm not sure if that was a warm-up throw, but I believe we just saw Alex McDonald, sophomore from Amherst, make his first attempt. So far, no results in for weight throw. As well off camera, you might be able to glimpse it in the bottom left. It might be a little small, but you'll see the women's pole vault getting started with their first progression. That will be going on for most of the day. They'll be starting up at 295 for their first progression. So the women's 5K runners get started on their third lap here. So far, looks like the runner in front for women's 5K after 4 laps is going to be, by the looks of it, Trinity College's Paige Janicki, who is currently pacing the group at this current time. Obviously, there are still 21 laps to go, so this will change over the next 15 or so minutes. But so far, very solid start for the sophomore. Quickly being paced behind by Gwen Anderson and I believe that was Vivian Lau behind her in third, followed by Coast Guard's Alexa Allen shortly behind in fourth as they make the turn yet again. Starting to see some jumpers get started with the women's long jump in your bottom left as well. I believe I'm not sure who that was in the yellow, but we are now getting started with the women's long jump. Can't make out that number for who just jumped. But once we get a result, I will update you guys very shortly. New entry into the men's weight throw. I believe, I can't exactly tell that is, but that's one of the Coast Guard individuals, and they'll push one off to the right. That should be about maybe 6 or 7 meters. Don't have a number, but it is one of the Coast Guard athletes. Starting to see some laps get completed with the 5K now. It's now lap 8 as Trinity's, I believe that was Paige Janicki, continues to keep her lead, followed quickly behind by Vivian Lau of Tufts. Still continuing some very, very solid pace as we hit around the 6-minute mark. Close to a third of the way. Complete with this race. There she goes again, right on your screen right now as she makes that turn as Paige Janicki fall quickly behind by Vivian Lau. And then behind her, couldn't catch the number, I believe that is Rowan Bixler of Amherst. Now taking a look at the weight throw. I believe on the weight throw that right now just went was Spencer McKenzie of Coast Guard. I'll get a name on that later. It's hard for me to tell from this angle. I don't think there's numbers that they're wearing. It's a little bit tough for me to tell. Looking at the weight throw now. Looks like that attempt went foul. Just outside of that red line. I believe that is Wesleyan's Ethan Dangle, the freshman. Back over towards our split screen, we'll see some more 5K runners coming around. Still those same people out in front for the 5K. It's still going to be Paige Janicki and Vivian Lau pacing that group up in front as we now approach lap 11. Busy day here at the track. It is loud in here. There's lots of very supportive parents. As you can see, Vivian Lau just overtook Paige Janicki, and they are now fighting for first. A sweet overtake there by Vivian as she now is starting to slowly inch away first place as we pass the 9-minute mark of this heat. Vivian and Paige still fighting for first. They are right behind each other, neck and neck, as Rowan Bixler will fall a little behind and will now be about a solid 40 or so meters behind the rest of the pack up in front. Very exciting unseated 5K heat to start us off today. You still see those individuals. The Trinity runner behind, I believe, has been lapped. But it's still Paige and Vivian out in front as we hit 10:27 on the clock. 11 laps to go here in this race. Out of all the runners here, I'm always the most impressed by the distance runners as they have to maintain that incredibly fast, hard pace for what seems like eons. I don't like self-depreciating myself on broadcast, but I could probably only get about 1,000 meters before collapsing. So I have the ultimate respect to these amazing student athletes here today. See some of the other runners in the back taking comfortable pace, just trying to conserve energy. They might try to surge a little bit forward on this final lap in a little bit, but most of them content and just trying to keep pace. As we see Vivian and Paige now appear to lap the Mount Holyoke runners as they now just finish the 15th lap. Now crossing 3,000 meters ran, 2,000 left to go as we cross the 12-minute mark. As we get closer to the final lap, you'll start seeing these runners start to pick up their pace to try to use all of that energy that they can to surge forward on this final lap. Eight laps to go here. It's still Vivian and Paige in front, continuing to start to lap some of these other runners on the track. Look at Vivian and Paige go as they pass Springfield Colleges, as they pass Audrey Jankovic of Springfield College. They are continuing to run their incredible pace. They will for sure be number 1 and number 2 once this race finishes up. Still going, Paige is in front of Vivian as we get another lap down. 7 more to go as Gancher starts to pick up in volume. And look at Paige go. She's starting to get some distance between her and Vivian. She's starting to pick up a little bit. Vivian trying to get that back. But right now, it seems that this race is fully in control of Paige. Janicki, the sophomore, coming in with a performance time of 18:48, impressing. But here comes Vivian Lau, getting some of that pace back as we cross into our final stretch of this race as we get to 14:10 on the clock. They are firmly in control of the pace here today. Here they come around this stretch. As I mentioned, you're going to start to see these runners look to put in some more effort here as they reach this final 1K stretch here as we hit 5 laps to go, 1,000 meters final stretch. It's still Janicki and Lau in front, first and second. And they are in a commanding lead right now. Looks like Bixler catching up to third and continuing to inch closer, but it won't be enough. They are nearly half a lap ahead as they just continue to just grind and put in effort here. As we hit 4 more laps here to go, it's still Lau and Janicki continuing to match each other's pace, overtaking each other. The real question is who's going to put in the bigger burst of energy into this final few laps. It's still those two in front as we hit 16 minutes on the clock. No D3 records in this heat, but still an exciting start to this Stampede Invitational here at Gantcher. Switch back. As we hit the final 3 laps, we're going to full screen the women's 5K to highlight this incredible battle between Paige Janicki and Vivian Lau as they fight for first and second in the unseated heat. Three laps to go, and they are just overtaking each other about every 15 seconds, each of them putting in a burst and exchanging bursts of energy as they continue to just fight this out. Approaching the final few laps here as we hit 17 minutes. Lau and Janicki just keep on going as they cross to do their second to last lap. We'll be hearing the bell shortly here as the bleachers here in Gantcher continue to pick up in volume. Seeing them come around the stretch now. Here they come. Last lap, last surge. Vivian starting to put in a huge surge. Look at her go. She's taking a huge stride forward. Vivian taking a massive lead as she goes around 18:09 on the clock. And it looks like she can't be caught. Look at her go. Vivian Lau on the final stretch extends to a sprint. And the winner of the unseated heat by far is Vivian Lau of Tufts, finishing with an 18:32. Janicki right behind with 18:38. An exciting end to this race here at Gantcher. As we just see Elizabeth Gerby cross the line, she records, I believe, a sub-19, which I believe is her personal record. She's celebrating with the Mount Holyoke runners on the sideline. As our last few runners cross, Gwen Anderson crossing at 19:18. Megan Sullivan of Springfield will record a 19:27. Zoe Maggioni of Trinity will record a 19:36, followed behind by two other runners recording 19:40s. Last Mount Holyoke runner crossing the line now, that'll be Katie Earle, recording a 19:49. And then Audrey Jankovic of Springfield will get a sub-20 with a 19, not quite, sorry. She still has one more lap left to go. But she is crossing for her last lap at 20 minutes. Finishing up there is Megan Conway of Springfield recording a 20:17. And then finishing her the last runner will cross very shortly here. I apologize, the person who just crossed the line was Megan Sullivan, I believe. Springfield College runners still finishing up those last few laps here. But after this ends off here, we'll be moving over to the men's unseated 5,000. Megan Conway crossing at 21:20. And our last runner, who I believe is Audrey Jankovic, if I'm reading that bib far from here right. The senior from Springfield will finish off here with around a 21:40. That ends off the women's unseated 5,000. While we wait for this to transition, we're going to take a brief break here at Genscher. Welcome back, everyone, to Genscher as we get started with our next event here on the Oval Men's 5K. We're going to be doing the unseated heats first. The slower heat here will go first as we have 14 runners here in this group. If you're looking for jumbos here at home, we have two in this heat. Lucas Chang, the freshman, and then Matt Bertelis, the junior. Both will run in this heat. Other participants in this heat will be Brendan Capadano of Connecticut College, Blake Rogers of Connecticut College, Dean Quinn of Connecticut College, Carlos Villa of MIT, Liam Edson of Middlebury, Ben McKinney of Wesleyan, Emmett McGrath of Amherst, James Cuddock of the Coast Guard Academy, Jackson McFerrin and Rex Bedwick of Williams, Ian Pereira of Assumption, and Sakleen Anjum of Trinity. While these runners get started here, we're starting to see some initial results come in from the women's 5K. Vivian Lau did take first with 18:31.56. Paige Janicki with an 18:36.13. Elizabeth Gervey takes third with an 18:59. Kelsey Gladu with a 19:03 from the University of New England. Alexa Allen of Coast Guard, 19:07. Chloe Vachio of Wheaton, Mass, gets a 19:10. And then right behind her was Mia Corso with a 19:10.85. Rowan Bixler of Amherst will take 8th with a 19:11. Gwen Anderson with a 19:16. Zoe Maggioni of Trinity with a 19:35. Sarah West of Mount Holyoke, 19:36. Katie Earle with a 19:49, also from Mount Holyoke. And the Springfield runners, Megan Sullivan with 20:14, Megan Conway with a 21:17, and Audrey Jankovic with a 21:42. Great work by those amazing distance runners here at Gancher, as we now transition over to the men's 5K, as we see the Connecticut College runners take a initial lead first. That'll be Blake Rogers and Brendan Cabadano that you see in front. So far, so good here at Gancher. Finished up our first 5 laps here at Gancher, and it's going to be still the senior Blake Rogers in front, followed behind by Blake Campadano, and then James Cuddock of Coast Guard, the freshman. And then behind in 4th, can't exactly tell that number from here. But it's still Rogers, Capadano, and Cuddock still in front. 4th right now is Emma McGrath of Amherst. You see James Chang and Matt Bertelis of Tufts cross that finish line there on their 6th lap, taking solid pace in the middle of the pack. Still no live results from the weight throw or the other field events going on right now, but you'll be able to see them in the bottom left corner to hopefully watch your favorite student athletes. Bottom left currently is women's long jump, and bottom right is the men's weight throw. We'll have those cameras on all day for you guys, so you'll be able to keep watch of your favorite student athletes here. Rogers, Capadano, and Kolak still in that top 3. 16 laps now to go as the last few runners cross the line. With these distance runs, it's all about energy. It's all about just keeping just going and grinding and making sure that you don't use too much and also don't use too little. There's a lot of strategy that goes into these types of races. well, I also do want to address a brief elephant in the room. You might notice that some Tufts athletes are not present or running today. That is because there's also the Boston University Invitational ongoing this weekend, and some Tufts athletes have chosen to compete there instead of here, which is a very valid decision because that meet is storied and features many of the top runners. In fact, last night there was a world record set at that meet last night by a Nike athlete that was running with their team. So, also, if you're a track runner, you can't deny the opportunity to run at the track in New Balance. So I don't blame them at all. As we get into lap 12 of this 5K here. It's still those three runners all in front. The Connecticut College duo of Capodanno and Rogers, followed by James Cuddick of the Coast Guard Academy, trailing behind Emmett McGrath, James Chan, and Ben McKinney of Wesleyan. Matt Bertelis taking a middle of the pack roll here as he crosses at around 7:48. Looks like we got a little update here as looks like Blake Rogers has fallen behind, and it's now just Capodanno and Kolek at the top. Kolek maintaining great pace with Capodanno. James Cuddick came in with a performance time and seating time of 16 flat, while Capodanno with a recorded time of 15:25 in this heat. Meanwhile, if you're looking for your favorite student athlete to compete here today at this meet, right now we have our cameras on the men's weight throw. You'll see that in the bottom right of your screen, as well as the women's long jump on the bottom left of your screen. After this unseated heat of the men's 5K, we'll have a second heat on go after this, and then afterwards we'll be having the distance medley relay, 2 heats on the men, and then afterwards we'll get into our 60-meter hurdles, which should be pretty exciting. Yeah. It's still Capodanno and Kolek at the front. As we start to hit single digits for laps as we hit the 60% mark of this race. Has an update for some of our off-camera events. It looks like the men's high jump is ongoing. They've hit the 190 progression. And the women's pole vault hits the 310 progression. You might be able to catch some glimpses of that on our jumps camera. As we hit the later portions of our laps here, it's still Capodanno and Kolek up in front. James Chan now appears to have taken third. Blake Rogers falls to fifth. It's going to be Wesleyan's Ben McKinney in fourth. Looks like we have James Kolek here has now overtaken Capodanno here as we hit our last 1,000 meters. Later on in the stream, we'll be having our individual distance medley relay, followed by our 60-meter hurdling trials. You might be able to see some of the hurdlers starting to warm up on the outer edge of the ovals. That will be our first sprint event of the day. We'll be having multiple heats of that. That should be very exciting later. But at the moment, it's the distance runners' time to shine as we see them hit the final 1,000 meters. Still Kolek in front, now taking a small step forward and starting to stride forward. As well as Brandon Caponado. Brandon Capodanno, the sophomore from Connecticut College, taking a solid second at this current time, but right now it is the freshman from Coast Guard currently in the lead. As we cross the 13-minute mark, 4 laps to go. It's like James Chan still staying in third. And the sophomore from Wesley and Ben McKinney still keeping 4th place pace. Weight throw still ongoing on your screen on the bottom. And then the women's long jump still ongoing as well. Fortunately, it is a little bit hard for us to tell who is who at this time, but all of those athletes, we are confident here at JumboCast, they are doing incredibly. As we hit 3 laps to go, it's still all of them in front. It's still Kolek and Capodanno at front. Seeing some runners play Crossy Road with the 5K runners, that might not be the best idea right now with these runners starting to surge as we're now hitting 1 lap to go. It's Kolek and Capodanno at front as they hit their final surge. Both rounding the curve into the backstretch. It's still Kolek and Capodanno. 15:30 is the time. It's still Kolek's race as they round the final curve. Capodanno trailing behind, but right now, surging forward and finishing first is the freshman from Coast Guard. James Kolek will take first in this heat, followed by Brendan Capodanno in second. Around a 15:50 for both of them. James Chan just over 16 minutes. And Ben McKinney of Wesleyan surges forward for a 16:07. Matt Bertelis with a 16:12. See Emmett McGrath cross with a 16:21, the junior from Amherst. You'll see Blake Rogers take a 16:32. Followed by Jackson McFerrin and Rex Bedwick of Williams crossing just behind each other. That will end that first heat. As we now get into our second heat here, and you're going to see a lot of purple in this race. 6 Amherst runners in this heat. You'll see Sam Young, Drew Stevens, George Kale, Henry Denon, Thomas Stevens, and Ben Kaysen, all of Amherst in this top portion of this heat. As well as Nicholas Brown of Bates, Jack Blanchfield of Trinity, Brendan Berm of Trinity, Avery Allen of Williams, Freddie Curtis of Bates, Emil Nelson of Williams, Luke Rupert of MIT, and Ian Pereira of Assumption. If you're looking for jumbos to fall in this group, take a look at Gabe Grove, the freshman from Tufts. Also in this heat, I believe he'll be starting on the backstretch. I will make sure to get the exact times of that first unseated heat as they are entered. But this time, it's time for the other unseated heat to shine here in Gancher. As the starter's pistol sounds here in Gancher, we are off with the second unseated heat of the men's 5K. And if you are looking for the seeded heats of the women's and men's, those will be ongoing later today around noon. So we'll be back later for that. On the other areas of your screen, you'll still see weight throw flights ongoing, as well as women's pole vault off camera, still on the 310 progression. High jump off camera now on the 195 progression. And still ongoing with women's long jump on the other area of your screen. As these runners get started, we're going to take a very brief break. We'll be right back in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Gancher after that brief intermission. We're starting to get some times in for the first men's 5,000, if you were interested in those. The first two in that men's 5,000 were actually pretty close to a near tie. They were only about 15 milliseconds off each other, or about a tenth of a second off each other. James Kuduk first with a 15:50.48, followed by Brendan Capodanno just behind with a 15:50.65. So tight. The tenths of seconds matter so much in these. Lucas Chang with a 16:01.22. Ben McKinney 16:07.51, and Matt Bertelis finishing with a 16:09.25 to round out the Jumbos delegation in that heat. Dean Quinn of Conn College with a 16:10.10. Emmett McGrath, 16:20.43. Jackson McFerrin of Williams with a 16:28.09. Blake Rogers of Conn College taking 16:30.67. And Rex Bedwick finishing off that heat with a 16:51.91 for Williams. Now it's time for the other heats to do their thing here. We're seeing our big pack of runners cross. Those Williams people need to move those poles across a little faster. There they go. It's going to be George Kale, followed by Avery Allen and Sam Young, leading that large pack of runners as we cross around the 2,000-meter mark after 5:46 of timing. Sam looking back. George looking back to check his pace, but he's still in first. As we hit the 2,000-meter mark, it's going to be still Avery Allen, the sophomore from Williams, just behind, and then Sam Young, the sophomore, right behind. The top 7 in this seed, all had the same exact time entering into this on the seeding. But all those Amherst runners still leading this pack. You'll see all that purple, Amherst and Williams. As they continue forward, it is still George Kale's race, the junior from Amherst, still in first. Still ongoing in the bottom of your screen is the weight throw for the men's. Lots of flights that'll be going on for a little bit today. Then we also have the women's long jump still ongoing. If you want a high jump update, they are still in the 195 progression. Pole vault now up to 325. Still in front, George Kale, followed by Allen. And now what appears to be third is Emil Nelson. I'm not sure if that was a lapped runner or not. Looks like, ooh, that's very interesting. It looks like George Kale is stopped and is now exiting the oval. Not sure what happened, but it looks like he's now out of this race. Yeah. Might have been pacing his teammates, but it's now the Williams runners here. It's now Avery Allen in the lead after what appears to have been one of the Amherst Pacers who was in the lead is now exited the oval. It's now Avery Allen followed by Emil Nelson and Nicholas Brown and Ben Kaysen. Didn't know that. Sorry. My director pulling up some information about Assumption College, which is where Ian Pereira is running from today. They're a school out in Worcester. Fun fact about Assumption, as all these runners cross the line again, you might recognize one of their alumni, Brian Kelly. He's currently the head coach of LSU's football team. Not sure if he had any history running on their track and field team. Still a pretty cool school to share an alumni with. Still gonna be the Williams runners of Allen and Nelson, who appear to be in first, followed by Nicholas Brown and Ben Kaysen. Still having these runners power through these last few laps as they approach the final 1,000-meter leg. As the lap counter now downs to 6. As we cross 11:35 on the track. Timing update from the oval here. The women's high jump will start at around 11:40. We're starting to hit the tail end of the men's high jump here. And for those looking for updates from the first heat, Edson, Via, and Anjum, those other runners I mentioned for Heat 1, were marked as scratches. That was not on my live entry. I apologize about that. If anyone was looking forward to viewing those runners, they were marked as DNSs in the system, essentially scratched. I apologize about that. Still the Williams runners in front at this time. Starting to hit that surge forward as we get into this last leg. Any energy you have, use it soon or now. Get ahead. Get those splits up. Anything you can do to beat the clock. And for those that are sticking around and want to watch some other JumboCast events today, our men's senior day broadcast versus Bates, which was originally forecast, or not forecast, I shouldn't use that word, originally scheduled, apologies, for Sunday, is now today at 3 p.m. as they moved it to today, as there is a large snowstorm coming into the area. They wanted to make sure they could still have the game today with Bates traveling in from Maine, which is expected to get a lot of snow today. So they had to push the game back one day, so we'll be having that on JumboCast today at 3 p.m. 2 laps to go here. Still the Williams runners in front, pacing this group, followed by Nicholas Brown of Bates right behind. That still seems to be the top 3 right now. So we're about to hit this last lap of this second heat. It's going to be Avery Allen in front, followed by Emil Nelson, the freshman from Williams, and Nicholas Brown from Bates. Speaking of Bates, Nicholas Brown in third. As they round this stretch, taking a huge lead and finishing is Avery Allen with a 15-16. Right behind is Emil Nelson with a 15-22. Nicholas Brown of Bates finishing off 15-30. Let's see 2 more runners cross the line here. Sam Young of Amherst finishing 15-41. And the other Bates runner in this group, Freddie Curtis, finishing 15-44. Brendan Berm with a 15-48. And Jack Blandfield with a 15-48. Brendan Berm with a 15-50. Other runners still finishing up their last few laps here. Assumption College's Ian Pereira now coming around the final stretch and getting his last lap in here. And he'll be the final, I believe, final runner in this heat to cross the line here. Last runner in the heat, Ian Pereira of Assumption College, finishes off here. Actually, no, he actually still had another lap to go. I sincerely apologize about that. As we cross 17:04 here in this heat. Apologies about that. It is a little difficult for me from this table to keep track of lap counts. But he is doing splendidly right now. I believe that should be his last lap that he is coming around on, if I am not mistaken. There, he finishes there with a 17:36. And that will be the last runner in this heat, as we now move to the distance medley relay, which will occur very shortly. Hmm. If I am not mistaken, this will be our first of 2 relay events today, the other one being the 4x400, which will occur later. The distance medley relay usually is ran in 4 legs. You'll see usually the typical order is the 1200, and then the 400, the 800, and then the anchor leg will be the 1600. Keep in mind we are in an indoor track today for our new reviewers, so this will be a 2-lap race for the 400. So the first runner runs 6, second runner runs 2, third runner runs 4, and the fourth runs 8. So we get started here with the distance medley relay. You're going to see 2 heats here. First heat here you'll see is going to be first heat here that you'll see as we go to the big screen is going to be Lynchburg's B team, followed by John Hopkins at the 2 lane in A. Williams A team, followed by Mount Union coming all the way from Alliance, Ohio, will be the 4th seed in this heat. Lynchburg's Track Club in the 5th, and Lynchburg's A team also 6th. Bowdoin and Middlebury's teams, both their A teams, will be the other heats in this race. And we're off here as all teams will start their first leg, which I believe will be the 1200. 6 laps to go here for these teams. As I mentioned, 3 teams from Lynchburg, 2 from their school, and I believe 1 from their track club, traveling all the way from Virginia for this meet. And then Mount Union coming from Alliance, Ohio. And we also have Johns Hopkins here too from Baltimore, Maryland. So some travel distance between some of these teams today. Wonder if we can look up who the farthest traveling team was today. I believe it's probably either Mount Union or Lynchburg. I'll have to check. My director will get that information for me. But right now, looks like Lynchburg's track club in the lead, followed by their A and B teams. So the Virginia team starting with an early lead here in the 1200 leg. Need my director to compare the flight time or driving distance between Lynchburg and Alliance, Ohio. See who traveled farther. Lynchburg is 10 hours. And Alliance is 9 hours, so Lynchburg will be the brief winner of that. And it makes sense that the distance runners take the longest time to get here. Only fitting that the best of the best travel the longest too. Lynchburg's track club first across the line, followed by Lynchburg's A team, John Hopkins, and Lynchburg's B team. I believe the runner in front, if the order on my heat is right, is Lanenza of the track club of Lynchburg. Approaching the last lap here, the 1200. Runners will start to take their positions here for the baton exchange for the 400. This will be a critical moment for these relay teams. One of the most underrated aspects of these races are the baton exchanges. You can gain or lose so much time with these exchanges here. As they start, perfect exchange by Lynchburg as the 400 leg now starts for their A team. That was picture perfect. So coming around the stretch now, it's going to be both the Johns Hopkins and Lynchburg's A team, followed by Bowdoin, Middlebury, and Mount Union. I don't see Lynchburg's track club anymore. They might have been like we had earlier where they were pacing the Lynchburg's 1200th leg. If I'm not mistaken, I cannot see them anywhere in the oval, so I believe it may have just been a pacer in this group. Now starting to get into this next leg of this race here. So we now hit the 800 for the distance medley. Right after this medley, these medley heats finish, we should have the 60-meter hurdlers come out as we start to see a large crowd form on the oval of Gancher to prep to watch the hurdlers get started here shortly. As well as the dashers. Runners finishing up their last lap here of the 800 leg as we go into the mile leg shortly. 1600 will be the last leg. Lynchburg's A team preparing to exchange. Now everyone lining up now. First to exchange will be Lynchburg's A team. Followed by Bowdoin, Johns Hopkins, Middlebury, Mount Union coming up here and now exchanging now. Lynchburg's B team and Williams, the last two teams to exchange as we get started with the mile. 8 laps, 8 strong strides to go for these teams in this heat. If you're looking for the Jumbos, they will be running in the next medley heat. But right now, this is Lynchburg's race to lose. The A team considerably ahead. As we now hit 6 laps to go on the mile. While we were waiting here, we discovered another university that might beat out travel time, which we'll check here in a minute. But Baldwin Wallace from Abney, Ohio is also here. So that might be a travel time winner. We'll check on that shortly, but right now, nine hours just outside of Cleveland. Dang. Lynchburg still right now in the lead for travel distance and also in the lead for this medley halfway through the mile. And the A team is in a considerable lead. Johns Hopkins just behind and Bowdoin in third. Middlebury and Mount Union pacing each other for fourth and fifth as we hit 4 laps left to go, just crossing the 8-minute mark. And Lynchburg's B team and Williams shortly behind. And Lynchburg might lap Williams here. That's how far ahead he is. Johns Hopkins team in second with 3 laps to go. coming up on this final stretch now, you're going to see these runners start to stride and start to put in as much effort as they can. Bell will ring shortly here in Gancher. As with 1 lap left to go, it's still Lynchburg's race to lose as they fully lap their own B team. Incredible! Johns Hopkins considerably behind, and right now, this is Lynchburg's race to lose by a long shot. As they round the final stretch of this lap, and coming around and finishing with a 9:50 will be Lynchburg's A team, followed by Johns Hopkins with a 9:56 and Bowdoin barely getting sub 10 minutes. Middlebury takes 4th after striding out Mount Union. What a battle for those two schools. They were pacing each other the entire time. Wow. And coming around now will be Lynchburg's B team, finishing with a 10:23. Williams will finish this out here with a 10:28. Great work by those two teams. We're moving into the second heat of the distance medley now, which will feature Tufts University's medley team. Cusado, Verma, Hennock, and Reisner for the bows here, as they will wear the number 2 bib. Other teams in here, we have 2 teams from MIT in this heat, A and B. We'll also have Coast Guard in this heat, as well as Amherst, Bates' A team, State University of New York, Genesso, as well as Baldwin Wallace. As well, there's also MIT's track club, which I believe is serving as a pacer for this group, unless I am mistaken. I don't see anyone on the side wearing a number 1 bib, so I believe MIT's track club will pace this first 1200 leg for the 2 MIT teams. And he'll go out in front, so he will be pacing this for the MIT teams. But right now, the 1200 leg starting first. As that goes on, we do have some more results from the 1500 coming in. And it was Allen and Nelson in those heats, finishing first and second, Nicholas Brown third. And there was some DNFs and DNSs in that second heat. Kale, Grove, and Stephens all recording DNFs, as well as Kaysen of Amherst also recording a DNF in the 5,000. Yep. MIT Pacer exits the race here as the exchange will begin very soon. For these teams, I'll check the times once they are posted, but I believe Lynchburg's A team with 950.86, that is going to be a Division III record for this calendar year, beating out Mount Union's 953. So congratulations to Lynchburg. I don't believe that is an overall record, but so far for this year, this calendar year, that is the yearly record for Division III distance medley relay. Congratulations to the Lynchburg team for that feat. The exchange is ongoing now for the 400. You'll see these teams striding forward. Coast Guard now exchange here. I believe MIT's B team is the last one. After the 400, it will be MIT's A team exchanging first, followed by SUNY Ganesco. Then MIT's B team, Amherst, Bates, and Baldwin Wallace. Tufts exchange now, and Coast Guard will exchange last. Baldwin Wallace there had a little bit of trouble with that exchange as well. You could see the runner put his hands up, indicating to the officials, that was clean. I tried my best. But it looks like it's still doing okay as the Baldwin Wallace runner is still continuing forward on the 800 leg. So it looks like no foul there. These team relays always interesting to watch, as it isn't just you against the clock, it's your other teammates. Gotta work together, know how to run and know how to strategically play these types of races to succeed in the best possible way. Yes. Now starting to see a 1200 exchange for the 1600 exchange. Apologies. MIT's A team will be the first to exchange, followed by SUNY Ganesco, followed by, it's going to be Amherst in third, MIT's B team fourth, and Bates just behind. Baldwin Wallace sixth. Tufts will be seventh in this heat right now, and Coast Guard will exchange last for the mile leg. 8 laps to go for these teams in the 4,000 distance medley. This will be our first event with full results after this heat. Coast Guard now exchanging now. These runners putting all their effort into this last stretch of laps for their teams as we cross the 640 mark. This still looks to be MIT in the lead considerably, followed by SUNY Ganeso. Amherst and Bates behind. Coast Guard, I believe, has now been lapped. So we now are around 7:45, halfway done with this mile leg. MIT on great pace right now. You'll see him on your screen right now. As they get into the second half of the 1600. Right after this, we're going to be getting into hurdles for the prelims. And we'll be having dash events until noon after this. Running a little bit behind schedule, but that shouldn't be a big problem. Probably catch back up with hurdles and 60 meter. Getting into our last laps here, the bell will ring shortly in Gancher again. As we see coming around this stretch very soon will be MIT's A team. And it's considerably MIT in the lead right now with 9:26. One more lap to go. Will MIT beat Lynchburg? That is the question. (9:50.86) the time to beat. And it looks like they'll be just behind it. MIT's A team will finish with a 9:54. SUNY Geneso sub 10. 9:58. Coming behind now, MIT's B team, 10:09. Amherst with 10:12. Baldwin Wallace, 10:14. Bates, 10:15. And I believe that Tufts and Coast Guard will be the last teams here to finish up. Tufts distance medley team finishing 10:27. And that will conclude the distance medley with Coast Guard finishing with a 10:52. Start to see some hurdles get put on the track momentarily, as we're going to get started with the 60 meter shortly here. Great job by those runners as we will await the results of the 4,000 distance medley. That was a funny PA announcement. They just told all the non-competing Tufts athletes to immediately get over here to set up the hurdles. Caused a bit of a giggle here in Gancher. I believe after that distance medley that Lynchburg won the first event of the day with a final result. Now, the final results are now in, and it is official. Lynchburg sets the new yearly Division III record with a 9:50.86 and will take first. MIT's A team with 9:53.96 in second, which will be number 3 in the division. Johns Hopkins third, 9:56.55. SUNY Geneso fourth, Bowdoin fifth, rounding out the top 5. Tufts University placing 13th with a 10:25.61. And that is that. Those final results, I would like to note, are unofficial at this time. There is a 15-minute protest window. Once that closes, those will be official. But at this time, Lynchburg looks to have won the first event of the day with a 9:50.86 in the 4,000 distance medley. We're now getting into the 60-meter prelims. We're going to have top 2 advancing to the finals each heat, plus the next 2 best times. 3 heats for the 60-meter prelims. As we get started here with, I believe this will be heat number 1 with multiple jumbos in this group. You'll look for Madeline Silvera in lane 4, the senior representing the Bows. Jillian Berry from Springfield, Zoe Mofil from Amherst, Savannah Grace from Trinity, Olivia LaBelle from Williams, Allie Barn from Assumption, Abby Kramer from Wheaton, and Kylie Rolfe from University of New England for this first heat. Top 2 make it to the final as we await the starter's pistol for the 60-meter hurdles. The crowd in Gancher now growing in size for the first sprint event of the day. As we get started here, top seeds in this heat are going to be Madeline Silvera of Tufts, who has a 9:32 as her seed time, and then Olivia LaBelle of Williams. Watch out for the middle lanes, lanes 4 and 5 for those. It's like some sort of false start was called, so runners exit the blocks briefly here. First heat of the women's 60 hurdles getting started here. Watch for lanes 4 and 5. 4 featuring Madeline Silvera of the Bows. And they're off. First hurdle knocks over a hurdle for Trinity, but right now it's Williams up in front and Assumption. That will be Olivia LaBelle and Allie Barden in front, finishing first and second in the 60-meter hurdles. So LaBelle and Barden will be the first in the finals. I believe shortly behind that will be Madeline Silvera. So we will see if that top time makes the final, but right now guaranteed in LaBelle and Barden, unless there was a disqualification. I also just got some context about this distance medley in our chat from one of our viewers. Lynchburg is actually the defending D3 national champion for distance medley, which would explain why they are now the new yearly record holder. They're trying to punch their ticket and qualify back for nationals. And Chasen Hunt of that team, who was on the 1600 leg for Lynchburg, was at the BU meet, ran both. As the second heat is off, you'll see the Jumbo take a commanding lead, followed by Middlebury striding in front. It's gonna be Middlebury and Tufts taking 1 and 2. That'll be Emily Rubio and Cameron Stanton, I believe. We're the top 2 in that heat, the top 2 seeds in that heat. So our next 2 finalists will be Emily Rubio, the junior from Middlebury, and the freshman Cameron Stanton will also be the other seed making the final. Third heat coming in here now. Last 2 individuals to automatically qualify will come from this heat. Watch out here for the Springfield College sprinter Catherine DeFoss, the sophomore. Only individual in this prelim to have a sub-9 seed time. Ariel Chachil with a 960, the freshman, will be in Heat 3 for the Jumbos. Emma Mills and Olivia Carden, Middlebury sprinters who are both sub-10, will be in lanes 5 and 6 for the 60-meter hurdles. Last heat. Last 2 auto finalists. And they're off. First hurdle crossed. It's going to be Springfield in a commanding lead. As we mentioned, she's going to finish way ahead. And it will be DeFoss and Mills in the final with absolute ease. As the hurdles now move for the men. Great work by the women as we saw some incredible times get set. I don't have the exact times, but I do have some up there in that flight, or in that heat, apologies. DeFoss with a 9:02 and Mills with a 9:47. They will both qualify for the women's hurdle final. Once we get those unofficial results and who qualifies, I will give you the last 2 individuals to qualify for this final. And we now have some unofficial results. It will be DeFoss, Rubio, LaBelle, Mills, Stanton, and Barden were the auto qualifiers. DeFoss's 9:02 will place 27th yearly in this division with a 9:02. The other 2 automatic finalists, Zion Facey of Williams with a 9:67, the junior, and the freshman Ariel Chachil will get a 9:68. DeFoss taking the number 1 place in the prelim, followed very shortly behind by Emily Rubio of Middlebury. Olivia LaBelle 3rd, Emma Mills 4th, Cameron Stanton 5th, and Allie Barden 6th. The top 2 from each heat, both filling out the top 6. 7th place was Zion Facey of Williams, and 8th, Ariel Chachil of Tufts, the freshman. So we will have 2 bows in this final. Cameron Stanton and Ariel Chachil, both freshmen, will both race in that final later this afternoon. As we now get started with the men's 60-meter hurdles prelim. Got a lot of fast runners in here. You'll notice Martin Schropp, the junior, in lane 6 of Tufts. You'll notice 3 Amherst Mammoths, all of which are mid to high 8 in their seeding times. Watch out for them being the top 2 in this heat. Also see Justin Manning of Springfield, Evan Rawlings of Conn College, Torrance Borletto McCrae of Assumption, and Joseph Kamami Waldman of Williams on the other lanes. And they're off as well. It's gonna be them. It's gonna be the Amherst runners all competing for first. Both of them will finish near perfectly in sync with each other. I believe that was Keeson Kai and Noah Harris. Both freshmen and juniors not surprised about their finishing times there being that close, as they both have around 8.5 on their seeding. Great work there by the Amherst runners. So we wait for those final times to come in. The next heat will feature multiple jumbos, Jay Sharma and Josh Wilkie. Josh Wilkie, one of the fastest hurdlers in this event, with an 8:23 unofficial seating time. It'll be Kai finishing with an 8:56 and Harris with an 8:60. Both of those Amherst Mammoths will be in your final. Right now, we're getting ready for Heat 2. Jay Sharma and Josh Wilkie in lanes 3 and 4 for the Jumbos. On lane 1, we'll see Declan LeClaire, Con College, Simon Diaz in lane 2 for Springfield, Finn Albright lane 5 for Middlebury, Ryan Martin in lane 6. And then the two Springfield runners on the outer 7 and 8 lanes are Jeffrey Gow and Alex McKenney. As the runners get set in their blocks. And the second heat now off. It's going to be all the Tufts and Middlebury runners competing with each other. And Josh not that happy with that time. He was shaking his head as he crossed the line. Lots of hurdles came crashing down. In that heat there, we will see what the times are. It looks like Wilkie will be in the final. 8:58 for Wilkie and Albright with an 8:74. So both of those individuals will be in the final. Right now, the at-large times to beat are 8:82 and 9:06 by Sharma and Diaz of Tufts and Springfield, respectively. So if you get sub 9:06 and are not in the top two in this next heat, you are into the final. So a sub 9 should make if you are not in the top two of the next heat. Going to the next heat, we have another fast hurdler from Springfield College, Michael Anderson, will be in the middle lane, and Andrew Vigneault from Middlebury in the 5 lane. We also have Malik Song from the Coast Guard Academy, and Oak Sullivan from Williams will also be runners to watch, as well as Sebastian Cohen in the 6th lane from Tufts, the freshman with seating in with an 890. So, this last heat will be make or break for these jumbos if they want to make it into the finals. As I mentioned, sub 9 should make it. So you just got to put as much effort as you can into this last heat. Just cross your fingers. Top 2 make the finals from this heat as they get set into their blocks. Exploding off is Springfield's Michael Anderson as he takes a commanding lead, and he will finish way ahead in first. Middlebury's Andrew Vigneault in second. Both of those runners, the 4 and 5 in those lanes, Michael Anderson finished way ahead of everyone. So it should be very interesting to see where he finishes. As we await the final results from Heat 3 coming up here momentarily. It's going to be Anderson with an 8:36. And Cohen with a 9:05. So that will miss the final, I believe. Just barely. Waiting for those final results to come in for the 60 meters so we can confirm who is in final or who is not. But it's looking like Sharma and Diaz will be in the final unless something changes. After this, we're now getting started with the 60-meter dash sprint event prelims, getting ready for those finals. It'll be very similar. And it looks like the 60-meter prelims are now in. Michael Anderson, Keeson Kai, Josh Wilkie, Noah Harris, Finn Albright, and Andrew Vigneault, the automatic qualifiers. And Jay Sharma will be the 7th in. And the 8th, I apologize, is actually Evan Rawlings of Connecticut College. I missed that he got an 8:89 in that first heat. My apologies. But it will be those 8 in the 60-meter hurdle finals later today. Now getting started here with the women's 60-meter dash. One of the most exciting events here at the indoor track meet today, as we will be seeing the top runner from each heat advance, plus the next 3 best times. So if you want to be in the finals, you got to finish first here, as we see heat number 1, some UNE runners, some Middlebury runners, Williams, Springfield, and Coast Guard all being represented in this heat. Watch out for Melissa White in the middle lane from Middlebury as she gets a good stride, but it's going to be Williams running way ahead, and it's going to be Ella Sukup, the junior, who was seated second in this heat, will be the first of the 5 automatic finalists. Great work by her. She got off that block and ran for her life. You could not catch her after she got that start. What an incredible run for her that was. Getting the results up, it's going to be Sukup from Williams with an 8:04, just matching her exact seated time. And right now, we're seeing White, Kochun, and Joseph from Middlebury, Springfield, and Coast Guard rounding out that top 3. So mid-8 seconds, the time to beat right now for the at-large times. But next up is heat number 2. You're going to want to watch out for Simisola Lawal, a sophomore here at Tufts, the only sub-8 runner in this heat. 7:94 the seed time. You're going to want to watch for her in lane 4. Apologies about that. I thought one of the officials was coming over to talk to me. Was just noting to the track staff to take a step back. So we see the second heat get into their blocks here. Coming around the stretch and getting a very nice hit out of that is Simisola Lawal, finishing way ahead, and she'll be the second person to qualify for this final with absolute ease. She made that look effortless. Great run by her. As we await the results from heat number 2. And it will be a 7:94 for Lawal. Aguilar, Scott, and Speidel finishing around 8.3. So those will be the new times to beat. Heat number 3 coming up here. We have another very fast sprinter in this group from Trinity, the freshman Jillian Striner, who is seated in with a 7:74, will be in lane 4. By far the favorite in this group. But also watch out for Daniela Pillar Smith, as well as the jumbo Tamia Dubidad from Tufts, the junior. She looks to edge her way into finals. As this third heat gets set. And here they go as well. You can see her strides. No one can catch her at all. It's going to be all Striner crossing that line. She'll easily make the final. That might be the new top time in this dash as well. We will see once those results get finalized. But at the moment, it's probably going to be Striner who will be in the number 1 slot going forward. 7:72 for Striner. What a time. Great work by her. She will easily be in the finals with that as the top seed. Second place coming in with an 8:29 was Nadja from Trinity. You know you easily won that heat when you beat your competition by over half a second, especially in a sprint like the 60. What an incredible run by her. So we now get into the fourth heat here, which will have another fast runner here, Caitlin Doherty of Springfield with a 7:97, the junior looking to get into finals here as well. Madeline Silvera also in the 60-meter prelims. You saw her earlier in the hurdles. She has an 8:30. She will be in the third lane. You also want to watch for Maggie Nichols, the freshman from Williams, as they get off here. And look at Caitlin go, but it's Maggie who gets first. She'll be in the final. It looked like Caitlin was in the lead first, but Maggie's strides just allowed her to easily take back that lead with no effort at all. Another great heat by these amazing runners. It'll be Nichols with an 8:04 in the final and Doherty from Springfield with an 8:32. Madeline Silvera with an 8:57, so I believe that she will not be in this final, unfortunately for the Bose fans at home. But she's had a good meet today. So, now getting into the fifth heat. No Bose in this final, but you're going to want to watch out for Rachel Arthur of Williams, who has a 7:63 seated time. As well as Robin Wilkes of Babson and Aria Millar of Mount Holyoke. Runners will get into their blocks shortly. Runners getting set for the last 60-meter heat. Last chance to get spots in this final. And they're off. And look at Rachel Arthur go. No one catching her at all. She will be the last guaranteed finalist in this group. Incredible work by these amazing runners. I am not sure if Rachel will have the top time in this group, but she will get close. 7:71 for Arthur. What a run. And we will see those unofficial results shortly, so we will get a hand and an estimate on those last 3 at-large spots and who will be getting them. We do know the 5 that will be getting those unofficially very soon. But a great race by all those individuals. We're going to get started here very shortly with the men's 60. Which will have 7 heats. This one will be the top 1, apologies, from the 7 heats, and then there's only 1 at-large bid. So that'll be very exciting to see who gets that last spot into the final. Women's 60 meter has closed. It will be Arthur, Striner, Lowell, Sukup, and Nichols making the final. And then the unofficial, not the unofficial, but the at-large times will be Robin Wilkes of Babson, Sophia Aguilar of Springfield, and Melissa White of Middlebury. And the first heat of the men's 60 is off. Look at the jumbos go! I think that was Naheem Washington that finished first, the senior, seated in with 7:19. That looked close, though. We'll see the final time shortly up on the big screen. But wow, that race was competitive. Finalizing the times of the scoring table now. But that looked incredibly close. It is Washington first. There will be a jumbo in the 60-meter final, 7:30. Second place in that heat was Moore of Coast Guard with a 7:32. That will be the time to beat for the at-large. Keep that number in mind. 7:32 is the time to beat so far. But obviously, there are still 6 heats left. So we obviously cannot make an at-large judgment now. But right now, that's the number at home to watch, 7:32. As we get into the second heat, we have Sar, my housemate, running this heat. He will be in the second lane. Chris McDonough of Babson, the one to watch in the fourth. Sar, usually a jumper, but today is running. So it'll be exciting to see how he does. He'll be running the 200 later as well. You might recognize Sar from his incredible jumping skills that he showcased last week at Cupid. And right now, it's Babson's time to shine. It's going to be Chris McDonough taking that last spot. But a great effort by the Bows in this heat. It'll be Chris McDonough in the final. We'll see if that at-large time of 7:32 got beat. But a great effort by all those runners. 6:92. Wow, a sub-7 for McDonough. He seated him with a 7 flat. Incredible. The Jumbo Sarmatori finishes 7:39. And the new at-large time will be owned by Glenn Patrick of Coast Guard with a 7:15. Now the time to beat. But what a run there by Chris McDonough. Sub-7. Always really fun to see these runners. There's only one other runner who has a sub-7 time seated right now, and that is an unattached runner, Sean Glass, running unaffiliated today, has a sub-7 time. but we'll see him in Heat 6. Right now, Heat 3. No bows in this, but you want to watch out for Giovanni Hendrickson and Aiden Castagnon in lanes 4 and 5. The senior and junior from Springfield and Middlebury, respectively, looking to get into this final or take that at-large time of 7:15. And here they go now. You're going to see them work hard. Oh, that's going to be close. They were right across the line at the exact same time. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Hendrickson or Castagnon in that final? Let us know in the chat. Waiting for those results right now for Heat 3. But what a competitive 60-meter heat that was. It's barely going to be Castagnon. Finishes 4 milliseconds ahead. Hendrickson barely takes that second at-large spot. 7:14. Now the time to beat. Wow. Incredible. Now moving on to Heat 4. No bows in this one, but watch out for Carlo Fidolfi, the sophomore from Wesleyan, with a 7:02. You'll also see Caleb Smith of Middlebury, the sophomore, with a 7:17. Michael Menendez of Assumption with a 7:22. And Adrian Ilau, 7:25 in the other middle lanes. Once again, 7:14, the time to beat to make this final at large if you don't win. Only one spot out of this heat, and it's going to go to Wesleyan's Carlo Fidolfi. The sophomore gets it done. What a run from him there. I believe Coast Guard finished second. I'm not sure, but I'll have to check. I didn't catch that blue that was crossing the line. They were all so fast. It's going to be not yet in, but we're getting close. Fidolfi was 7:12. Menendez finished second, but it won't be enough. 7:25 doesn't make. So it'll just be Fidolfi 7:14, still the time to beat. If you are watching our other cameras in the bottom left and right corner, we are now on women's weight throw in the circle. The men have finished up. I'll get you those results shortly. And it looks like the men are now going for long jump. After the 60-meter, I will share the results of those first field events that have finished up. But obviously, these races are so fast that I have to put all my attention into these first. After this, we'll get into the seated 5K, so I'll have a little bit more time to talk about everything else that's going on, and maybe take a little bit of a break so I can eat my Starbucks coffee cake. But we're about to see Heat 5 here. You're going to want to watch for Jared Gibbons of Assumption, the sophomore seating in first in this heat with 7:04. We have Cole Blair from Colgate University. That's a traveler as well. 7:11, the senior. Looking most likely to record a Nationals qualifying time. Here we go. We got Heat 5 on the way. And look at him go. That's going to be Jared Gibbons. You see crossing the line first. He will be in the final. Should be interesting to see who else makes this final out of this group. I'm not one of the probably talk about. Yeah, yeah. Out of Heat 5, Gibbons of Assumption will make the final with a 7:09. Barcanero of Springfield second with a 7:16, just missing the at-large time. This one should be interesting, though. Heat number 6, we have an unattached runner who's seeding with a 692 in Heat 4. That's going to be Sean Glass. Keep an eye out for him. And then you're also going to be wanting to watch Connor Quiet of Trinity and Charlie Fitzpatrick of Tufts, also seeding in with 720 and 721. They're both going to be trying for that last at-large spot. 714, the time to beat to get into this final if you don't win. All the effort, all the strides need to get put in here, right now. Here we go. Runners getting set. Top seed Sean Glass, unaffiliated, lane 4. And they're off. You're going to see them go hard. Look at him go! You saw him cross in the blank shirt. Heat, lane number 4, Sean Glass will make it into this final. Unaffiliated runner. And he had a considerable stride on Trinity's Connor Quiet. So we'll see where everyone places in this heat. As we get ready for the last heat, last spots. It's going to be Glass with a 710 and Quiet with a 715. The tenths of seconds, the hundreds of seconds matter so much in these races. Although Quiet got a 715, he's going to just miss this final. 7:14, the time to beat in Heat 7. You have Dylan Biggs and Noah Turner who can get below that. They're seated at 7.1. The sophomore from Trinity and the senior from Tufts in this group. Watch those middle lanes. Last heat, last chance for these runners. Last pistol shot for the 60. Look at him go. It's going to be Trinity's Dylan Biggs in the final. I believe Noah Turner did not start that race. I saw the 5-lane empty as he was coming around, as these runners were coming around. So it'll be Trinity's Dylan Biggs taking the last automatic final spot. If anyone beats 7:14, it will come up on this screen momentarily behind me. Waiting for this last one, it was Williams Kamtkar actually winning that one with 7:20. So Biggs probably will not make that final after that. It'll be, I believe, Coast Guard's Glenn Patrick will be the last at-large spot unless something changes. All the winners you saw, and Glenn Patrick of Coast Guard will be in the 60-meter final. What an exciting prelim that was. And we're now going to be getting into our next event, which will be, if you guys were watching earlier, you may have seen the 5,000-meter. This will now be the seeded portions of those. So you'll see the women's and the men's in the seeded portion. You'll see lots of fast distance runners in these groups. You won't want to miss that coming up next. I do want to share the 60-meter prelim results officially. Chris McDonough of Babson with a new top 50 yearly result with 692. Jared Gibbons of Assumption with a 709. Aiden Castagnon, 710. Carlo Fidolfi, 712. Devin Devesh Kamiktar, 720. Naheem Washington of 730. And I'd like to apologize. They did retime some of those unofficial results. It's actually going to be Giovanni Hendrickson. Got retimed down to a 7:14 exact. So Giovanni Hendrickson will now be the last person in this final. Glenn Patrick was timed as a 7.141, got truncated up. And Sean Glass was removed from placement with an X next to his name. Not sure what that's about, but looks like he will not be in that final. Not sure if anyone is going to get added into that, but the Sean Glass unaffiliated runner that you saw will not be in this final. Place was closed. But we're about to see the seated 5,000 get started here shortly. You're going to want to watch for Audrey McLean of Middlebury and Grace Rowley of NYU, as well as Zoe Margolies of Tufts, the freshman, and Olivia Jackson of NYU, as well as the other two jumbos in the seated run, Grace Ogden and Sophie Carpenter. I apologize. All three of those jumbos are contending, but Audrey McLean is seated at a 1620. So watch out for her as she takes an early lead. While this is going on, and as we get our placements going, we do have results unofficially from the women's long jump. Top 9 to finals. From, I believe this is the first prelim of this. I'm not sure if they've already done this final or not. I will have to check. I believe they've already done the final, unless these are changed. But the winner of women's long jump was Mackenzie Daggett of Middlebury, recording a 555-meter jump. That is now 24th in D3 this year. Elise Cumberland of Tufts finishing second, the freshman, with a 545-meter jump, and Jordan Andrew taking third with a 530. Kelsey Tarby, 526 of Williams, Cameron Stannon, and Ava DePricio, both jumbos finishing 5th and 6th, 517 and 512. Oh ho ho. Some great results from this women's long jump. As this race gets underway and further, we will take a brief break here so I can go ahead and rest my voice as I've been speaking for more than an hour and a half straight. Back. And we are back here at Gancher. If you've been watching and monitoring this seated women's 5,000 meter race, you may have seen Audrey McLean of Middlebury is destroying the competition right now. She is in very solid first, and she will most likely win the 5,000. Right now, Grace Rowley from NYU appears to be in second, and the pack of Zoe Margolies and Claire Callion are currently behind in third. Should be an interesting end to this race. While we were on break, we ended up getting the results unofficially for men's high jump. There was a jump off for first place in the men's high jump, but the winner of that jump off was Sam McGarrahan, both jumping off at around 190. Drew McStay, actually, no, they split first place, actually. I apologize about that. Looks like they just handshook and split the Middlebury teammates both take home first. Scott Bayless of Coast Guard finishes third, the freshman. Alex Robin, fourth. Maxio Torres from Springfield, fifth. Jamil Manu from Springfield, also fifth with 185. Daniel McGlashan, seventh. Caleb Smith, eighth. Keeson Kai, ninth. Cameron Heathitz, 10. Rest of the individuals did not start. But right now, the main event you are watching right now is going to be this track race here. Many individuals, 4 laps left. But right now, you're seeing Middlebury's Audrey McLean way ahead of everybody else in this competition. And there she goes, Audrey McLean on her last lap, lapping everyone around her. Everyone else still on their third to last lap. Audrey's 2 laps ahead. Look at her go. Look at her go as she rounds this corner. Unreal performance from Audrey McLean, finishing with a 16:59. Easily first. Audrey McLean of Middlebury will win the women's 5,000. Congratulations to her, taking a well-deserved rest on the floor. What a race by Audrey McLean of Middlebury. The real question now is who will win second on this last lap, as NYU's Olivia Jackson now enters her last lap. And second goes to Grace Rowley with a 17:46. Third place, Zoe Margolies. Fourth place, Claire Callion. What a race by them. And Tessa Lancaster of Mount Holyoke will finish next, followed by Olivia Jackson, the unaffiliated Ellie Davis, and the other another jumbo in this group, finishing just now as well. That'll be Grace Ogden that just crossed, the jumbo that just crossed. Last few Williams runners now crossing. You just saw Ella Kirkwood cross. Jazz Vanderhoof from Wheaton College also now crossing. Bunch of people now flooding over to the entrance as they just announced pizza is now available here in Gantshire. I might have to go get some myself here in a little bit. I'm a little hungry. Need some lunch here in a little bit. But great race by the women. Now it's time for the men as they race the seated 5,000 meter. Fastest racer in this group, Matt Scardigno of Connecticut College, followed by Renee Cooper of MIT. Third, fourth, and fifth seed in this group, all jumbos, Avery Smart, Luke Brennan, and Calvin Cummings. Yichen Sun and Nate Martinez, 6th and 7th from MIT. You're also going to see Nick Yakub of Babson, Harrison Dow of Amherst, Christopher Veda of Springfield College, Alice Irilli Ho of Connecticut College, Jay Christie of NYU, and Nikhil Denatelle of Williams on the start lines here. But the ones you're going to want to watch for are the Conn College runner, Matt Scardino, as well as Renee Cooper. They will probably be battling for first place, while the jumbos will pace around 14:45 for this 5K. As they get started here. Unofficial results now in. Audrey McLean, 16:59 for Middlebury. That is number 12 yearly. What a run by Audrey. Grace Rowley, 2nd. Zoe Marjolius from Tufts, 3rd. Claire Callion finishing 4th. Both of those 4 runners are now in the yearly top 100. Great runs by those amazing individuals. Got another field event to report to you that just became unofficial. We have results from men's weight throw, which finished earlier. Middlebury's Dave Filius finished first with an incredible 16.54 meter throw. I probably couldn't even throw that thing 3 meters, so I'm already impressed. Daniel Urchuk of Middlebury finishing 2nd, 15.72. Philip Kirby 3rd, 15.50 of Coast Guard. Tufts' Martin Decker will take 4th, the junior getting 15.35. Darnell Sinius of Middlebury, 14.99, will take 5th. Eric Meyer, the other jumbo, 6th, 14.83. Rounding out the top 10 will be Rami Hayes Messenger from Wesleyan, 14.31, and Elias Warner, also from Wesleyan, with a 14.17. Michael Fay, 9th, with 14.16. And the final one in the top 10, Trey Williams, with a 13.90. Great job by the throwers, and congratulations to the throwing winner, Dave Filius, and the podium. Now it's time to watch the 5,000 do their thing. As we see the women's weight throw still ongoing on the West Circle. Behind us now is the women's high jump. They are now on 161 for their progression. Pole vault still ongoing behind us. They may have finished up recently, but is the performance progression now on a 386 for the vault. And then appears to still be men's long jump ongoing on the bottom left of your screen. So far, so good here in Gancher. I can see the clouds starting to move in outside. But the good news is we're inside. So we don't have to worry about any rain or snow that's ongoing today. That'll be our problem later when we're leaving. But for now, I'm enjoying the nice room temperature 68 degrees inside of Gancher, and I plan on enjoying that for the next hour. It is still the women on pole vault behind me. I've now confirmed another vaulter just went. The Con College, I believe, is in first, followed by the Tufts runner. I think that's a number 4 in the bib. But yes, it is, I believe, Matt Scardino in first, followed by Luke Brennan right behind. Unless that is an unaffiliated runner that was not marked on my sheet, but I believe that is Matt Scardino of Connecticut College that is in first right now that you just saw across the screen in the black tank. But so far, an incredibly good meet. Lots of great results today, impressive results. But we are now going to watch these incredible distance runners go. We're actually going to take a brief 5 to 10 minute break until we are able to see a little bit more of this distance run, and so I can get some water. So we'll be right back.
Just to step on for a minute real quick here while Zach is getting some water. The runner who we believed to be Matt Scardigno of Con College has stepped out. It was not. It was actually just a rabbit who was pacing the rest of the runners. Zach will be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back to Gansher as we're now approaching the last two laps of the men's 5,000. Currently, right now, Renee Cooper in first, followed by Nick Jakob of Babson and I believe Amherst Harrison Dow in third. Very competitive race. Actually, no, I think those two might have been lapped, but right now, it is by far and away Renee Cooper's race. As Jake mentioned earlier, the person that we thought was Matt Scardino was actually a pacer. So right now, it is completely Renee Cooper's race. Bell about to ring here as we hit the last lap. And there's our first finisher. Renee Cooper of MIT records a 14:54. Incredible. Babson's Nick Yakum second. Amherst Harrison Dow third. And it's going to be Luke Brennan of Tufts finishing fourth. Great work by all of those runners. Next finisher to cross the line will be NYU's Jake Christie, finishing with a 15:26, followed by Calvin Cummings with finishing with a 15:33. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. And then Avery Smart finishing around a 15:42. Springfield College's Christopher Veda crossing with a 15:50. But that, after these last few runners, will end the men's 5,000. We will have official results here shortly for those. But next up, we're going to be running the mile. Throw it back to high school a little bit, but competitively. Women's mile coming up next here on the track. Right now, we are just waiting for those 5,000s, but the women's mile will be 3 heats. And you're going to see 3 jumbos in this first heat. You're going to see 3 of these. You're going to see 3 jumbos unless there was a scratch, which I believe there may have been. I only see 2 right now, but the 2 jumbos on the track are Sonia Olsen and Taylor Neldler, both sophomores. And they're going to get started right now. And they're going to go and get started right now. I believe Julia is a scratch, so it's just going to be Sonia and Taylor for the jumbos. Men's 5,000 done. Renee Cooper, 14:50 will win it for MIT. Second place, Nick Yakub of Babson, 15 flat, followed by Harrison Dow with a 15:03. Luke Brennan of Tufts, fourth. From the unseeded heats, Avery Allen and Emil Nelson will get 5th and 6th. Both of them finishing with 15:15 and 15:19 respectively. Congratulations, respectively, apologies. Congratulations to all of the 5,000 runners. The mile indoors, an 8-lap race. We're about a quarter of the way through it right now. Look at Nora Johnson go in the lead. Women's mile is the right thing. Apologies about that. But yes, congratulations to all of our men's 5,000 runners, especially to Renee Cooper for finishing first. No other field events currently entered right now. But should be an exciting race. Right now, currently, Nora Johnson of Williams is currently in front. As we approach the halfway point of this race, it's going to be Middlebury's Bea Parr and Nora Johnson in front. Jumbo's Sonia Olsen and Taylor Neldler will be at the back of the pack for the Jumbo's fans at home. But they're slowly inching upwards right now. It's still going to be in front right now. Continuing to stride forward right now is Middlebury's Bea Parr, the senior. With 3 laps left to go, Williams, Nora Johnson back in second. Right behind Ali Gal of Trinity College and Archana Mohandas at MIT. And continuing their incredible run. And Bea Parr just continuing to get ahead. 2 laps to go, and she is already at least a solid 25 meters ahead. But Williams, Nora Johnson is starting to surge ahead on the second to last lap. Look at them go. She's trying to fight, but Bea Parr cannot be caught. Around the turn she goes, and she only continues to get distance. Final lap upcoming. Look at her go. 4:23 on the clock going into the last lap, and it is all Middlebury's Bea Parr. Williams, Nora Johnson right behind. Springfield College's Maddie Shee now in third. And Sonia Olsen jumps all the way from the back to fifth. She's surging ahead. But right now, this race is all Middlebury's Bea Parr as she continues to go around the stretch, making the last turn and finishing calmly in first for this heat is Bea Parr. 5:04 on the clock. Nora Johnson second with 5:11. Springfield's Maddie Shee with a 5:16, and Sonia Olsen will take fourth after starting in the back. What incredible negative splits she had on that run. She went from pacing at the back to surging all the way up to fourth and finishing with a very respectable time in the 5:20s. A good win there in that heat for Bea Parr. The next heat upcoming here, heat number 2 of the 1 mile. You're specifically going to want to watch for number 8 with the bib from Trinity, Vivian Jacobs Townsley, the senior. She, unless she is scratched out because I only see 7 on this lineup here, has a 5:19. But from the 7 on your camera up on the top left that you see, the jumbo in this group is Samara McVeigh, who's wearing the 5 bib. She's seating in as the freshman with a 5:29, and they're off now. You're also going to want to watch for Grace Kercher of Williams. The senior seeding in with a 5:20 into this group is sure to contend for a top spot in the 1 mile run. At this current moment, the time to beat is 5:04.79 by Bia Parr for first. And right now, starting off in first, as mentioned, is Trinity's Vivian Jacobs Townsley, taking a commanding lead to start things off. Amherst Grace Kercher right behind, pacing solidly in second. While these laps go on, I want to share with you guys what will be going on the oval later today. After the women, we will be seeing the men run the mile, followed by our hurdle finals for men's and women's. Afterwards, we'll be seeing the 400, the women's and the men's, followed by the 600, then the 60-meter dash final, and then the other distance events, 800, 1,000. Then we'll have another sprint event to finish things off with the 200. Then we'll be running the 3K later at 340 and 405, hopefully. And then our last track event of the day will be the 4x400, which will be occurring at 4:30. At this time, occurring behind us is the women's weight throw. After that, on that camera, will be the men's shot put, followed by the women's shot put. And then over at the jumps is currently the men's high jump, I believe. Right after that will be the women's triple jump. So after the long jumper is finished, you will get to start watching the triple jump. Behind us currently is, and then after, behind us currently is the high jumps and the pole vaults. The men are getting started behind me. At this time, we are, I will need to step off the microphone to take care of one of our transmitter cameras. So I'm going to step out for just a moment and leave you guys to watch the Heat 2 of the women's mile. Welcome back to Gancher. Apologies about me departing. I had to go resolve a technical issue with one of our camera feeds that should be now resolved, and our long jump camera should now be working. But right now we are starting with the men's mile, which is ongoing in around 3 heats. While I was out, the women's mile has now finished. The winner was Bia Parr of Middlebury, who completely decimated her heat in terms of speed with a 5:04. Nora Johnson finishes with a 5:09. Maddie Shea of Springfield finishing third with 5:15. Rounding out the top five, Sonia Olson of Tufts with a 5:16, and Allie Gall of Trinity College finishing with a 5:16.80. Now for the men's mile, you're going to be looking out for two jumbos in this heat. Liam Lucas, a freshman from Tufts, as well as Simon Donovan, a sophomore. Both are going to be racing in this heat. In terms of speed, top seed Jacob Cobb from MIT is running in this group with a 4:13 mile. But with this track meet being so long, obviously I'm not able to stay the entirety of the day. So I'm going to be switching over the mic to my good friend and colleague Jacob Cece, who will be taking over for me for the remainder of the day and will be continuing to immerse you in the world of Division III track and field. I'd like to go ahead and thank you guys for tuning in today and watching the early part of the Tufts Stampede Invitational. From here on out, Jacob will be taking over for me on the mic, and we'll finish you guys out with maybe some guest appearances from Max Antonini later if he is able to hop on the mic as well. But until then, enjoy the rest of the track meet. And also, if you are interested, tune in to Tufts versus Bates Men's Basketball Senior Day, which will be starting at 3 p.m. in about 2 hours. Should be an exciting game. Don't want to miss that as well. Or maybe watch both streams at the same time. Double your support for JumboCast that way. But once again, thank you guys for watching. I'm going to hand it over to Jacob now, and please continue to enjoy the rest of your day.
Zach, and I'm happy to be commentating the rest of this track meet. We are here in the men's mile. We are just about 900 meters into this first heat, and it looks like the Jacob Cobb from MIT, our top seed, is currently leading. Hip 1, we see him come through the 1K mark at 2:40, so a pretty hot pace, the junior from MIT. And we see two Tufts competitors right at about third and fourth. That looks like Liam Lucas and Simon Donovan, the freshman and the sophomore, as we go into this sixth lap of the mile. Right about 3 minutes, so we've got about a minute left of running, and we'll see what Jacob Cobb can do here on this last 400 meters. Here he is at the 1200 meter mark in 3:12. So with 400 meters to go, he's looking really good here. We see Tufts coming in at third. That looks like Liam Lucas, the freshman. So a good run so far from him. And we see our leader coming on to the home stretch here as we are about to enter the bell lap. We take a look at the clock here. It takes the bell in about 3:44. Jacob Cobb from MIT, the junior, looking great. And we see Middlebury in second there. That looks like Solomon McDowell. And we see Liam Lucas coming in third in this final lap. Cobb is kicking down the backstretch with about a 20-meter lead on the rest of the field. And we'll see him come to the home stretch for the final time. We'll check the clock right at about 4:10 right now. And he will come and take the first heat of the mile in about 4:15. A great run from the junior out of MIT. We see second place come in here, Solomon McDowell, in about 4:24. A great run from him. Wesley in third, MIT, and our first Tufts competitor right in about 4:28. That looked like Liam Lucas. Here we see Simon Donovan coming in at about 4:38. A solid run from him. And that should do it for this first heat of the men's mile. So a great showing from MIT there, taking the win. And we'll move on to the second heat of the mile here. It looks like we will have 12 competitors in this field, with the top seed being Dan McIntyre out of Whedon. The official time from Cobb, 4:15.64 for the heat win, a 9-second victory. As we get to the second heat of the mile, we have Dan McIntyre of Whedon, Jacob Breda of Connecticut College, Andrew Petropoulos of Springfield, Victor Cazalbo of Williams, Charlie Black of MIT, Anthony Manna of Assumption, Hunter Miller of MIT, Luke Roston of Williams, Nick LaCroix of Whedon, Maxwell Jervey of Connecticut College, and 2 Coast Guard athletes, Grant Kellenberger and Andrew Rowan, to round out this field. They come up to the 200-meter mark for the second heat of the mile, right at about 34 seconds. So a solid pace here for our leader. It looks like our leader there, an MIT athlete, either Charlie Black or Hunter Miller. We'll get that up in a second. Stay around that curve there, and they will come onto the home stretch, approaching the 400-meter mark, a quarter of the way through this 1-mile distance. That is Hunter Miller of MIT in the lead in 1:08, so pretty hot pace here. That would put them right on 4:32 mile pace, so a great first 400 here for Hunter Miller, and then we'll see if he can hold it here as he heads down that back stretch in the lead. Coming up at 600 meters here, MIT still in the lead at about 1:43, so he's kept that pace. We'll see if he can hold it as they approach the halfway point of this mile distance. That's Hunter Miller, the sophomore at MIT, with a 4:35 seat time, so he's right on pace to break that season best. We will have 3 heats of the mile, so 1 more after this. They're approaching the 800-meter point, so halfway. We'll check the split here as Hunter Miller still in the lead at 2:19, as we just saw Andrew Petropoulos of Springfield overtake the lead. So we'll see how Hunter Miller can respond here at the halfway point, right at about 2:18, so on pace for about a 4:36 mile here. We'll see if there's any moves here on this 5th lap of the track out of 8 here at Gancher. Looks like Petropoulos still in the lead for Springfield. He sort of put a few meters on Hunter Miller of MIT. Looking good here at 2:53 through the 1K. Still a pretty tight field. It looks like anyone could take this here. Not too many gaps forming yet, but we'll see if Petropoulos, what he has in his legs over this last 600 meters, if he can gap the field here. He's looking good on that backstretch, building a few meters off of the second place athlete. That looks like maybe Assumption College there in second. We'll see as they come up here at 1200. We'll get the split here. Andrew Petropoulos looking good, 3:28 through the 1200. So 400 meters left, 2 laps of the Ganter Center, 1 lap of an outdoor track left. So we'll see if he can kick here to the victory. He's starting to build a little bit of a gap there on second place. He's really starting to push down that back stretch. Going onto that curve as they will approach the bell lap. Andrew Petropoulos of Springfield. With a few meters on the rest of the field, he takes the bell in the second heat of the mile in 4:02. So he will need to close in a 32-second last lap if he wants to hit that 4:35 seed time. He's really pushing down the back stretch for the last time. We'll see if anyone can catch him. It doesn't look like it right now with about 100 meters to go left. Right at about 4:22. We'll see how fast he can close here. As he comes down the home stretch, Andrew Petropoulos of Springfield will see time here right at about 4:35. Great showing. Looked like we saw a Williams athlete come in there, Assumption College, but it is all Andrew Petropoulos of Springfield taking the victory in the second heat of the mile. We'll wait for the time here, but it looked like right about 4:35. So a great showing from the freshman out of Springfield College. We will go on to the third and final heat of the mile. So we will wait those times on the second heat. We will have, again, 12 athletes in this field. Jacob Miranda of Springfield, Kevin Rogers of Trinity, Finn Morris of Wheaton, Max Bennett of Connecticut College, Grant Cross of the Coast Guard, Thomas Hall of Assumption, Malcolm Frank McKnight of Connecticut, Teddy Salomone of Trinity, Lucas McKenzie and Nathan Pyers of Wheaton, Ozen Turner of Connecticut College, and Nicholas DeMarco to round out this field. Third and final heat of the mile here. We saw our top time so far was the MIT athlete right in about 4:15. We'll see what this third and final heat can do here. We saw the times populate there on the screen. 4:35.32 for Petropoulos in heat 2. As this third heat will get off, they come out of the line. 8 laps of the Ganter Center. We'll see what they can do here in this third and final heat. Looking ahead, it looks like we have the men's and women's 60-meter hurdles finals coming up at 1:20 and 1:23. Should be exciting to watch that. We see 8 athletes, Jay Sharma and Josh Volke of Tufts will be featured in that heat, and we will see that after this third heat of the mile. Wheaton in the lead here in about 35 seconds through this first lap. He's built a couple meters on the rest of the field here. We'll see if he can hold this pace. That looks like Finn Morris, potentially, of Wheaton. We got 3 Wheaton athletes in this field as they approach the 400-meter mark here. Actually, looks like Nathan Pyers of Wheaton will come through 400 in about 1:10, so 4:40 mile pace here. We'll see if they can hold it. Looking back at the women's mile, we saw Bia Parr of Middlebury in a 5:04, beating the rest of the field by 5 seconds with a new 2025 D3 number 63 time on the year for the senior. Top finisher from Tufts, Sonia Olsen, the sophomore, in 5:16, Taylor Nelder in 5:25. Here we see the Coast Guard athlete take the lead at 600, about 4:47. That looks like it is Grant Cross of the Coast Guard with a 4:45 seat time to come up on this fourth lap right here. Right over 2 minutes here as they hit 700 meters. The field is sort of bunching up here, so really looks like anyone can take this. They're approaching 800 meters here. We'll get the split here. Coast Guard still in the lead. That's Grant Cross in about 2:25. So a 4:50 pace here at the halfway point of this mile distance. We'll see what they can do on this back half. .900 meters here. Coast Guard still in the lead. Coming up on the home stretch as they approach 1,000 meters here. We'll get the split here. Actually looks like Trinity athlete taking the lead here at 1,000 meters. 3:01 on the clock. That looks like Teddy Salomone, the sophomore out of Trinity. He came in with a 4:44.91 seed time. The second fastest seed time behind Nicholas DeMarco of Connecticut College. Here they are on the 6th lap of the mile. They will approach 1,200 meters. And it looks like Salamone's still in the lead as they hit 1,200 meters. Whedon going with him. Finn Morris coming up at 3:38 with 1,200 meters to go. One lap of the outdoor track. We'll see what they can do on this final 400. They're really starting to separate from the field here. Whedon and Trinity, as they put about 5 meters on third place. Looks like it's going to be a battle between these two over this final lap. Just about 250 meters left to go. We'll see who takes the bell in this third heat of the mile. Looks like Whedon's taking the lead here. Takes the bell. Nathan Pyers, 4:13 on the clock. We'll see if Trinity has any response, but it does not look like he does right now, as Pyers is really starting to kick on this last lap, and he's put a gap on Trinity. The 100 meters to go. He's really built a lead here as we see 4:30 on the clock with 100 meters to go. Let's see how he can close here. And that is Nathan Pyers, Whedon, Massachusetts. Will take the third and final heat in 4:45. We see Connecticut College, Malcolm Frank Knight coming in second place. That was a great kick at the end there from Nathan Pyers of Whedon as he really overtook Teddy Salamone of Trinity on that last lap, kicking home to the victory in a 4:45 time in that third and final heat of the mile. We see the final athletes finish up here, and we will direct our attention in just a moment to the men's 60-meter hurdle finals. We see the hurdle crew starting to set up those hurdles as we get to the finals. Looking back to the prelims, we saw the top seed, Michael Anderson of Springfield with an 8:36 qualifying time. That puts him 0.2 seconds over Keeson Kai of Amherst in 8:56. So he will be the top seed here. Top Tufts athlete Josh Wilkie, 8:58 in the prelims. And Jay Sharma also qualified for the finals in 8.82. So we'll see what they can do here and if they can beat their times from the prelims. Hurdle crew setting up the hurdles now for the finals. Looks like the time to get into this final last seed was Evan Rawl, 8:09. So pretty fast here. We'll see. We can see some PRs be set in this final. 60-meter hurdles is the standard distance for indoor. Outdoor, we usually see 110 for the men and 100 meters for the women. So a lot shorter of a race as we see the athletes set up, start their blocks, and they will get ready to tackle this final of the 60-meter hurdles here. We got the final times there for the mile. Winner in 4:15.64 was Jacob Cobb, 9 seconds over second place Solomon McDowell of Middlebury. Top Tufts finisher Liam Lucas, the freshman, in 4:28. So a great chunk from him. Simon Donovan of Tufts also ran 4:38. And yeah, great showing from Jacob Cobb. We'll see where that ranks him in D3, but definitely a great performance from the junior out of MIT. See Josh Wilkie there doing his warm-ups. He will be in lane 3. He had the third qualifying time behind Michael Anderson, the sophomore of Springfield, and Keeson Kai, the freshman from Amherst. So the junior will be in lane 3. We'll see if he can lower his time from the prelims of 8:58. Wilkie, the junior from Ellington, Connecticut, has ran 22.84 in the 200 meters, and we saw him last week in the pentathlon with a great performance there. We'll see what we can do here in the 60-meter hurdles. We see the athletes getting set up, and in just a moment, we will see the final of this 60-meter hurdles. Athletes take their marks. We are about to start the final of the 60-meter hurdles. And they are off in the 60-meter hurdles. First hurdle, Wilkie looking good of Tufts, but it looks like Springfield will take the win here. That was Michael Anderson, the top seed. 8:36 from the prelims. We'll wait for that time to come up on the scoreboard there, but a great run from him. So we'll wait for that time to pop up. Looks like Wilkie of Tufts either took second or third. Of course, in the 60-meter hurdles, athletes are separated by only tenths and hundredths of seconds, so we'll wait for that final time, but Anderson hyped there as he takes the win in 8:20. Wow. Great showing. Wilkie took second, 8:44. Kai took third, but what a performance from Michael Anderson. 8:20. That lowers his time from the prelims by 16 hundredths of a second, which may not sound like a lot, but in only 60 meters is a great difference. Every hundredth of a second matters in the hurdles. And we'll wait to see where that ranks him, but great performance out of the athlete Michael Anderson of Springfield. Top seed in the prelims and the winner in the finals. Looks like Sharma of Tufts, 8:84. So that just 200ths of a second slower than his time in the prelims. The senior, we saw Michael Anderson 8:20, Josh Wilkie 8:44, Keeson Kai, second seed 8:50, Finn Albright 8:51, 8:82 Andrew Vigneault, Jay Sharma of Tufts 8:84, and Evan Rawlings 8:95. So some fast times there, but clearly Michael Anderson, the class of the field, winning this seed by 0.24 seconds. As we go to the women's 60-meter hurdle finals, Cameron Stanton of Tufts 9:48, Ariel Shachelle 9:68. Both freshmen, some athletes to look out for, but our top seed coming out of the prelims, Catherine DeFoss 9:02 and Emily Rubio 9:05. We'll see what they can do here as they set up for the women's 60-meter hurdle finals. See the athletes get ready. For the women, the hurdles are lower than the men. So we saw the hurdle crew lower them there. We'll see what these athletes can run over the 60-meter hurdle distance. Cam Stanton, the 5th seed here, our top athlete out of the prelims for Tufts, as they get ready for the 60-meter hurdles final. They get set, and they are off in the women's 60-meter hurdle final. Looks like Springfield out to an early lead, and we see Stanton and Ariel Shachelle, but it will be all Springfield. Catherine DeFoss, as Springfield takes the men's and women's hurdle finals in the 60 meters. We'll wait for that time, but she had a bit of a distance on the rest of that field. We'll wait for the time here to come up on the screen, but a great showing. The top seed, 9:02 out of the prelims, the sophomore from Springfield, Catherine DeFoss. Great showing there in the finals. Still waiting on that time. We saw two Tufts athletes in that final, Ariel Shachelle and Cameron Stanton. We'll wait to see the times from them. But the freshman, 8:92. Wow. Right over Rubio in 9:18. So a huge victory for Catherine DeFoss out of Springfield with over 20 hundredths of a second on the rest of the field. So wait for those results to come up on our software, but DeFoss 892, the only athlete under 9 seconds. Rubio 918, LaBelle 940. Stanton of Tufts 969, and Shishel of Tufts 974 for 6th and 7th place. But both freshmen, so they have a lot of room to grow as athletes. But what a showing from Catherine DeFoss. Under 9 seconds for the hurdles. Ruby coming on second with a great showing too, 918, the athlete out of Middlebury. That is a new 2025 D3 number 20 time for Catherine DeFoss of Springfield, lowering her time of 9:02 from the prelims by a tenth of a second to 8.92, under the 9-second barrier. That puts her in the top 20 as she will likely prepare for the NCAA championships coming up in a few weeks. And we're back to the track now for the women's 400 meters. As we saw the hurdle crew take the hurdles off, we will have 7 heats of the women's 400, and after that we'll go over to the men's, where there will be 5 heats of the men's 400. We'll get started here in just a second with the first heat of the women's 400 meters. As we see our athletes start to get ready. We will have 4 athletes in this first heat: Elizabeth Forrestire of Trinity, Mads Rab of Amherst, Maya Medina of Amherst, and Maeve DeDarcy of Springfield. We'll get ready for this first heat. 2 laps to the Gancher Center for 400 meters. Typically is 1 lap outdoors, but indoors it will be 2. We see our top seed 103 flat, Maya Medina of Amherst. Athletes getting ready for the 400 meters this first heat. So we await the gun here. Seven heats of this 400. And they are off in the first heat of this 400 meters. We see Trinity, Amherst, and Springfield represented here. So they're off and they head down that back stretch. Look like Springfield off to the early lead. Maeve DeDarcy, 103.19 seed time. As they come to the home stretch, that's Amherst. Hip number 5, Maya Medina, with the early lead here, right about 30 seconds. So on pace for a 1 flat 400 meters, seated at 103. As she's built a bit of a lead here onto second place. Right about 300 meters and 46. So she'd have to close in a 14 here if she wants to break that 1-minute barrier. They come down the home stretch here. First heat of the 400 meters. And it will be Amherst, Maya Medina will take the win in about 1:04. Solid showing from the athlete from Amherst, the junior Maya Medina. And we will head on to the second heat of the 400. I'd like to welcome Max Antonini, who will be joining me for the rest of the broadcast here. Max, a track athlete himself, will be commentating the rest of this 400 meters. Welcome, Max.
Yeah, I
Happy to have
appreciate
you.
it. It's another week of some track action, this time at the Tufts Stampede Open. You've done a great job so far. I'll be taking kind of a directing / commentating role today, so Jacob will be your play-by-play, but it's a pleasure to be here with you.
We are off. Thank you, Max. We're off in the second heat of the 400. We see Gabby O'Doom of Williams, Ava Dubois of Trinity, Colleen Corman of Babson, and Ava Beauchamp of Wesleyan represented in this heat. Second heat of 7 of the 400 meters. Top seed, 2 identical times, 103 flat for Colleen Corman and Eva Beauchamp of Babson and Wesleyan. They come up to the 200-meter mark. Looks like Williams will be in the lead here. That is Gabby O'Doom right at about 29 high through 200. They head down the back stretch for the final time. Williams still in the lead. That is Gabby O'Doom, the senior. 300 meters in about 46. We'll see if they can beat that top time from heat 1 of Maya Medina. Final 50 meters here. And it looks like Babson will overtake the lead. That's Colleen Corman taking heat 2 in 104 high. She took the lead that last 50 meters and will wait the time, but solid showing from Colleen Corman, the sophomore out of Babson.
Yeah, close finish there between Corman, Beauchamp, and O'Doom. Seems like O'Doom had the lap 1 lead, but kind of fell off towards the backstretch. Having to pace your final push is very crucial in this 400, one of the most brutal events out there, but good win there from Corman.
Yeah, Max, the 400 meter is often regarded as one of the most painful events in track. On that last lap, those last 200 meters, the lactic acid is really there. And we see this third heat of the 400. We will have 5 athletes here. Leah Navon of Williams, Mackenzie DiDonato of Springfield, Thai Nguyen of Coast Guard, Julia Schoenbrot of Wesleyan, and Abby Illusorio of Connecticut College. 5 athletes here. See 3 freshmen, junior, and a senior as we get ready for this third heat of 7.
You can also see in the bottom left of our screen some long jump action. You can hear some claps ringing around the Gancher track. So keep an eye out for all the events here today.
They're off in the third heat here of the women's 400 meters. 5 athletes here. You see them approach 100 meters here. And it looks like could be DiDonato of Springfield out to the early lead. It's Connecticut College. 200 meters, 28 high. So coming in at the halfway point faster than the first 2 heats. We'll see if she can hold on here. She's built about a 3-4 meter gap there on Williams, Leah Navon, the freshman. We'll see them hit the 300 meter mark right at about 44. So they're coming in a little faster than the previous 2 heats. We'll see if they can hold on here. See if they can run the best time of the day so far. That is Abby Illusorio being challenged here, but she will hold off. That is Abby Illusorio taking the win from Connecticut College, the senior, as we will wait that time, but look like the fastest time of the day so far.
Yeah, again, another narrow finish there at the end. You had multiple names in the mix, and you can see the grimaces on their face as they try to push it to the line. It's a tough one here today, but strong finish in the end.
Yeah, Max, the 400 meter, that last 50 meters especially, it's all just pushing with your legs. You're definitely hurting at that point, but we saw Illusorio able to close there. Look ahead to the 4th heat. We will have 5 athletes, as you hear in the background, some more long jump action. In this 4th heat, we have Cynthia Akonga of Mount Holyoke, Annika Fruitman of Wesleyan, Kate Crutzen of Middlebury, Julia Brillo of Springfield, and Imogen Walters of Wesleyan in this heat.
Yeah, you have the seat times increasingly getting lower and lower, so this is when the heat really starts to pick up. Just talked to Kate Crutzen, actually, met her at of Middlebury, so that's my pick, just because I'm friends.
We'll see here in the 4th heat. Kate Kruta and Middlebury, the third highest seed time, coming in at 103. So we'll see if she can beat that today. They're flying at 100 meters. You see the two athletes on the outside look to be at the early lead as they'll cut in there at about the 250 meter mark. We see those cones. And it is Springfield, Julia Brillo at about 28 high through 200 meters. So this could be a fast finish here. We'll see if she can hold on this last 200. Brillo still in the lead here at about the 300 meter mark, 44 mid. We'll see if she can close this last 100 meters, see if she can maybe dip under 1 minute. But it's going to be close here as they come up on the home stretch. Brillo still in the lead. We'll check the time, but it's all Julia Brillo at about 101, 102. So, like you said, Max, the time's getting faster and faster as we go on these heats. And hopefully we'll see some times under 1 minute in these final 3 heats.
Yeah, definitely a number, the kind of a holy mark to look out for in this 400, that sub 1 minute time. You have someone in heat 7 that's listed at 55
Wow.
7 seat time. So if that
That is
is the
fast.
case, she'll be very likely the winner, the outright winner by a decent margin. But still 3 more heats to go until we get there.
Yeah, Abby Collier of Baldwin Wallace with about 5 seconds over the second highest seed time, 55.7. An incredible 400 meters time.
Yeah, Baldwin Wallace, not typically a school you see in kind of these D3 events, certainly not in team play, like in soccer, basketball, usually come against NESCAC or local opponents. So this Baldwin Wallace entry is definitely an interesting one, and also posting a 200 time of 24/7.
Wow. See if we can do that as we have this 5th heat here of the 400. 2 Tufts athletes in here. We have Zivash Jaravaza of Mount Holyoke, Caroline Wu of Amherst, Emma Sazonov, the junior of Tufts, Angela Hagstrom of Babson, and Logan Ellie of Tufts, the freshman. Ellie 101.50, the second highest seed here as they approach 200 meters. And Ellie in the lead here, the freshman from Tufts, at 28 seconds. Babson going with her, Angela Hagstrom, the top 2 seeds. They're pulling away from the field here. Ellie still in the lead here at about 250.
Hagstrom seems to be on her tail, though, so nothing quite decided yet.
We'll see if she can hold on here. They hit the 300 meter mark, and Ellie seems to be pulling away a little bit as she'll come onto the home stretch. We'll check the clock here, but Ellie, last 50 meters, freshman, will take the win here, and right about 101 high, 102 low. So a great showing from the freshman from Tufts.
Yeah, determined finish there. You could see she just, you saw in some of the previous heats, some of these athletes take that first lap lead, but don't manage to hold on to it. But Logan Ellie, very, very well done from her. I think one of the highest times yet.
Definitely. We'll look ahead to the 6th heat here as we get faster. We see a 1 flat seed time of Sophia Mack of Wesleyan. See if she can hit that as we have 5 athletes in this field. Naomi Brightman of Connecticut, Madison Lewis of Springfield, Natalia Marchand of Springfield, Sophia Mack of Wesleyan, and Serena Thaker of Babson. 5 athletes in this field. We'll see who takes the win here. They'll approach 200 meters here, and that is Springfield in the lead. That it looks like Natalia Marchand at about 28, 29 seconds there through 200. Final lap here. Spilled a couple meters on the Wesleyan athlete, Sophia Mack, our top seed. They'll hit 300 meters, 44. We'll see if they can close here to try to approach that 1 minute barrier. They'll come to the home stretch. Springfield still in the lead. Natalia Marchand, 102, the winner. Sophia Mack in second. Looks like Babson in third, Serena Thaker. But that is heat 6 as we will get on to the 7th and fastest heat of the 400, our final heat as well. Like Max had mentioned, our top seed, Abby Collier of Baldwin Wallace, 5 seconds over the rest of the field, 55.7. So we'll see if she can run under a minute. But 55 is an exceptional time in the 400. Here, there in lane 5. We'll see what she can run here. 7th and final heat of the 400 here at the Gantry Center. They're off in the fast heat. Abby Collier, Baldwin Wallace, the name to look out for, and she is out like a shot, already breaking the stagger on Casey Efrig of Amherst, the senior seated at 1 minute. Abby Collier is out this first 200 with already a huge lead on the field. Would get this 200-meter split, but 26 high. Wow. Great first 200 from her. We'll see if she can hold on, but 55.7 looks pretty realistic here. She's got about a 5-meter gap on second place. She hits 300, about 41. We'll see if she can close here, and looks like this will definitely be the fastest time of the day. Abby Collier of Baldwin Wallace. She's closing here, last 50 meters, but she's being challenged by Amherst. Ooh, that was close there. I don't even know who won that, but it looked like 59 seconds. Amherst challenged at the last second, and we'll wait. Photo finish there between Amherst and Baldwin Wallace. It looked decided for Abby Collier, but Amherst kicking at the last second to challenge her over that last 20, 30 meters. Didn't exactly see who won that, but a very close finish. And it was Collier, 58.76, 58.82 for Eifrig of Amherst. So it's 2 incredible times. Looked like Eifrig was challenging her in that last couple of meters there, but Baldwin Wallace will hold on to take the victory in 58.7. So 2 great showings. So 2 times under a minute, so some great showings there. As we move on to the men's 400, we will have 5 heats. In this first heat, we'll have 4 athletes: Luca Cole Stadini of Assumption, Evan Rawlings of Connecticut College, Elliot Galvin of Assumption, and Seth Twarog. First heat of the men's 400 meters. We see our athletes 52 seconds, the highest seed time, Elliot Galvin of Assumption. So we'll see what they can run here. Like I said, 5 heats of this men's 400.
They're charging.
Looks like Assumption out to the early lead here. Right about 25 seconds, but Springfield is not letting him go. Seth Twarog, the 2 highest seed times, 52.29 and 52.65, the freshman and sophomore. They're battling it out. And it looks like Springfield took the lead there. Seth Twarog. We'll see if Assumption College has any answer for him. But it looks like Seth Twarog will take this in about 52 low. So looks like he lowered that seed time. The freshman from Springfield, 52 seconds. We'll wait for the official time there, but a great time for the freshman in this first heat of the men's 400. Overtook Galvin of Assumption over at about the 250-meter mark, and there was no looking back for him. Wait for those times to pop up on the screen, but we'll head to the second heat of the men's 400. 4 athletes in this field. 52.33 the official time. 53.58 for Galvin of Assumption, but 52.33, 0.3 seconds over his season's best for Seth Twarog, the freshman out of Springfield. Second heat of this men's 400, we see Noah Harris of Amherst, Michael Ubari Sosa of Amherst, Will Terry of Colgate, and Ryan Thompson, our top seed 52.01, Will Terry, the freshman out of Colgate. They're off in the second heat of this men's 400. Will Terry, a name to look out for, the freshman, 52:01 C time. It looks like he's out to the early lead here, but being challenged by, I think that's Thompson of Middlebury. He'll approach the 200-meter mark with the split. Looks like two Amherst athletes. So it actually looked like we saw two scratches in this heat, Terry and Thompson. So it'll be a battle between two Amherst athletes, Noah Harris and Michael Ubari Sosa. And we'll see who can take the win here. It looks like Sosa, I believe, is out to the lead right now. Only two athletes in this heat, but both from Amherst, but we'll see the winner here. It will be Michael Ubari Sosa in about 55 seconds, taking the win over his teammate Noah Harris, the junior. So we saw two scratches there, but a nice run there from Michael Ubari Sosa, the freshman from Amherst. We'll wait for the time to pop up there, but a solid run from him, the winner of Heat 2. We see two Tufts athletes in Heat 3, Tejas Verma, 51.71 seed time, and Martin Trop, 51.50 seed time. They will be running with Simon Diaz of Springfield, the freshman, Errol Apostolopoulos of Connecticut College, 54.93 seed time, and Neil Bolchandani of Wesleyan, the freshman. So we'll see what the two Tufts athletes can do in this third heat of 5. As they get set on the blocks there. Heat 3 of the men's 400 meters. And they're off. We see Verma and Trop of Tufts. Two names to look out for here. And they're both out to the early lead here. Fast first 100. And it looks like the two Tufts athletes out to the lead here, right identical at 224 mid. Trop and Tejas Verma, the freshman. We'll see who takes the win here. Trop has the lead right now, but Tejas Verma is not letting him go. Two Tufts athletes build a little bit of a lead here over the rest of the field. Neck and neck, and Verma will overtake Trop here at about the 300-meter point. We'll see if Trop has any answer. It's close here, but it looks like Tejas Verma will take the win in about 52 low. Great showing from the freshman. Taking the win here in the third heat over his teammate Martin Trop, but a 1-2 finish there from Tufts. A great showing there. We'll look ahead to Heat 4 of the 400. Isaiah Hanna of Springfield, Pedro Mateo of Trinity, Andrew Link of Coast Guard, Gerardo Fernandez of Babson, and Jay Sharma, the senior from Tufts, 51:20 seat time. We'll see if they can top 51:53. Best time of the day so far from Verma out of Tufts. We'll have one more heat after this. Looking ahead there, our top seed time, 49.8. Middlebury, Lachlan Bishop. See the athletes get set on the blocks there for this fourth heat of the 400. 5 athletes will be in this field. Top time so far, Tejas Verma, 51.5. They're off in Heat 4 of the men's 400. Our top seed time, Gerardo Fernandez of Babson, the sophomore, 51 flat. See if they can beat that here. See if they can get the top time of the day. And looks like it's that Jay Sharma of Tufts out to the early lead. 24 high with about 7-8 meters on the rest of the field through 200. So he is out fast over the rest of the field. We'll see if he can hold it here. Second highest seed time here, but yeah, he has built a huge lead over Springfield in second place. We'll check the final time here, but Sharma, the clear leader here, and he will take the win decisively. And this 400, right at about 52 high over Andrew Link of Coast Guard in second, but a decisive win for Jay Sharma of Tufts, 51-20. The seed time, wait for that time to pop up on the screen. I don't think it was faster than Tejas Verma's 51-5, but certainly a great showing from the senior. Sharma 52-8-4, or 9-4 rather. A nice run from him, the winner of Heat 4. But we still see Tejas Verma, the leader so far through 4 of the 5 heats. We'll see if anyone in Heat 5 can top his time. We see 5 heats here. Brady Thorin of Assumption, Charlie Young of Trinity, Connor Joyce of Springfield, Lachlan Bishop, our top seed, 49-8 of Middlebury, Liam Kelly of Trinity will round out this 5th and final heat of the 400. As they get set here, 5th and final heat of the 400, top seed Lachlan Bishop of Middlebury, the junior. See what he can do here. So approaches the 200-meter mark. That looks like Bishop out for the lead. Lachlan Bishop, our top seed, 24 high through 200. We'll see if he can beat Tejas Verma's top seed so far. Out to the lead. They hit the 300-meter mark. We'll see how fast he can close here, if he can have the top time of the day. Lachlan Bishop of Middlebury, the junior, takes the win. 51 mid, so should be pretty close between him and Tejas Verma for the top time of the day. We'll wait for that time to pop up on the screen, but a great run from Bishop, the junior, and we'll see who had the top time, as that is the 5th and final heat of the men's 400. Looking ahead after, we will see the women's 600, 3 heats. And 51.45 for Bishop, so it looks like he did top Tejas Verma's time. And he will be the winner here. As we see the women's 600 kickoff, 5 athletes in this field: Grace Conan of Springfield, Anjali Padness of Mount Holyoke, Paige Orr of Trinity, Nina Corso, the freshman from Tufts, and Paige Zhang, the junior from Tufts. 3 laps, the 600 meters, sort of an unconventional distance. But we see Paige Zhang, the early leader, at about 32 seconds here with 400 meters to go. 600 is one of those weird distances where you don't know whether to run it like a 400 and 800. It's sort of like a long sprint. So a variety of different strategies athletes use. Some treat it like a long 400, some treat it like a short 800. But not a distance that's typically ran here. But we see the 2 Tufts athletes out to the lead, Zhang and Corso, right about even at the 400-meter mark, about 108. We'll see what they can do over this last 200. It looks like Corso took the lead there. And I think it's Trinity that went with her, Paige Orr. And Corso still has the lead here with 100 meters to go. The freshman, Nina Corso, we'll see if she can hold on here. but she's being challenged here by Trinity, but Corso will hold on for the win. 143 high. So right about her seat time. A great run from the freshman from Tufts. The winner of Heat 1 in this women's 600 meters. Two more heats to go of this women's 600. We see 6 athletes here. Natalie Shaw of Whedon, Peyton Knott of Springfield, Leah Castle of Springfield, Chloe Clifford of Babson, Jenna Najjar of Trinity, and Michaela Namatoka of Assumption. Heat 2 of this women's 600. Right about 100 meters so far. We'll see if they can top Corso's time from Heat 1. It looks like our early leader is going to be Trinity, Jenna Najjar, 32 high through 200. But this field is still all together, so anyone could take this at this point. They approach the halfway point, 300 meters, right in about 50 seconds. Looks like Najjar still in the lead. See if anyone can catch her as we approach the bell lap. And it is right about even between 3 outs. We see Babson take the lead, Chloe Clifford, the junior, but we see Springfield and Trinity still in it. 200 meters to go here. It looks like Springfield will overtake the lead. Looks like Leah Castle, the junior, and we'll see if one can go with her over this last 100. We'll see the one other athlete sort of hanging with her, but it looks like Leah Castle over this last 100, and we see Hip 2, Peyton Knott, will overtake her teammate Leah Castle for the Heat win here. A really close showing between the two Springfield athletes. But a great run from the freshman, Peyton Knott, who overtook her teammate in the last 50 meters to take that Heat win in Heat 2 of 3. Wait for that time to pop up on the screen. But a great run from Peyton Knott, only a freshman from Springfield. We'll have our third and final heat here. 6 athletes in this field, 2 of them from Tufts. We see Taylor Desmarais, Springfield, Gwyneth Howes of Smith, Elaine McCarty of Smith, Elizabeth Harris of Trinity. Then our 2 Tufts athletes, Phoebe Breyer, our top seed in 140, the freshman, and Anne-Sophie Jansen of Tufts, 140, 50 seed time. So our top 2 seeds here from Tufts. We'll see if one of them can take the win here in this third and final heat of the women's 600. Yeah, we see the 2 Tufts athletes take the lead. Oh, almost a stumble there from Phoebe Breyer, but they've built a gap over the rest of the field. We'll see what they can do. The 2 top seed times by just about 4 seconds. Phoebe Breyer and Anne-Sophie Jansen approach the halfway point there. And they'll come up to the bell lap here with a lap to go in this women's 600. We'll see if they can post the top time of the day. It's Phoebe Breyer of Tufts takes the bell in 107 through 400. It's only her teammate Anne-Sophie Jansen who's hanging with her right now. Phoebe Breyer of Tufts. We'll see if she can hold on here. About 150 meters to go. Phoebe Breyer comes along that curve for the final time, and she will head to the home stretch. The leader in this final heat, it will be all Phoebe Breyer, as we see her teammate from Tufts, but she'll take the win in 142 high. and Sophie Jansen right behind her in second, and we will see Taylor Desmarais and the two Smith athletes come in about 5 seconds after. But a dominant performance from Tufts in that heat, taking 1-2 comfortably. Phoebe Breyer and Anne-Sophie Jansen, as that rounds out the women's 600, and we'll look ahead to the men's 600. We will go to the men's 600 meters here. 3 heats. Heat 1, we will have 5 athletes. Owen Felon of Connecticut College, Dax Arnold of Connecticut College, Luke Whaler of Trinity, David Iacino of Connecticut College, and Tyler Johnson of Trinity. Our top seed, Luke Whaler, 126.71. The sophomore. 3 laps of the Gantry Center here for the men. Solid time on the screen there. Phoebe Breyer, 142 high for the overall winner in that women's 600. So a great time from the freshman there. And we will see our early leader. That's Tyler Johnson of Trinity, the freshman at 200. And it looks like Connecticut College was hanging with him. Not sure which one of the 3 Connecticut College athletes that is, but he's got some company, Tyler Johnson, there. And they'll come to the bell lap. 400 meters. We see two athletes pull away. Trinity and Connecticut College, but our leader right now, Tyler Johnson. So we see they've gapped the field, and looks like one of those 2 will be our winner here as they come up at the 500-meter point. Tyler Johnson still in the lead. See if he can close hard here and hold off Connecticut College. But our winner for Heat 1, neck and neck here. Connecticut College overtakes him at the last second. That's David Iacino overtaking Tyler Johnson, 2 freshmen. But Iacino takes the victory there with a nice kick there at the end to take the win in Heat 1 of the men's 600 meters. Heat 2 coming up here of the men's 600. Jack Darling of Trinity, Harry Harwood of Connecticut College, Anthony Belford of Connecticut College, Ryan Regan, our top seed from Tufts, 123.63, and Iman Norodime of MIT here to round out this heat. Tufts out to the early lead, 26 low. That is Ryan Regan, the sophomore of Tufts, seated at 123.63. See if he can hold on here as he looks to still be in the lead here. Him and one other athlete are gapping the field. They'll approach 400. Him and MIT right about 52 high, 53 low. Ryan Regan and Iman Norodime have put some distance on this field. Huge gap is formed there, and Ryan Regan sort of pulling away there on this bell lap. We'll see if he can. We'll see the final time here as they come up on the last 50 meters. It is Ryan Regan of Tufts. He will take the win in Heat 2, the sophomore, in 122, followed by Iman Norodime about a second back of MIT, but a great run there from Ryan Regan, just a sophomore with a 122 time. So our leader so far through 2 heats, Ryan Regan, the sophomore from Tufts, with 1 more heat to go. Third and final heat here of the men's 600. 6 athletes here, 2 of them from Tufts. Avlok Sharma of Springfield, Finian Ryder of Connecticut College, João Ferreira of Connecticut College, Evan Hankins of Tufts, Sam Kurian of Tufts, and Jack Stahl of Amherst. 6 athletes here are top seed. Sam Kurian, the sophomore, 122.58. So we'll see if he can beat Reagan's time of 122.46 from Heat 2. As they hit 200 meters, that's Sam Kurian, our top seed, out to the early lead, 26 high through 200. And he's followed by Evan Hankins, the other Tufts athlete. So 1-2 right now for Tufts. We'll see if they can improve on their teammate Ryan Reagan's time from Heat 2 as they will approach the bell lap here. They come on the home stretch. And it's still Sam Kurian, followed by Evan Hankins, right about 54 high. 1-2 right now for Tufts. We'll see if anyone can answer them. But Sam Kurian kicking on this last 200. Just about 100 meters to go here. Sam Kurian and Evan Hankins, the 2 Tufts teammates, sophomore and freshman. We'll see what time they can put up here. And it will be Kurian, followed by Evan Hankins in about 122. So we'll see if he was able to beat Ryan Reagan's time. But heat winner here, Sam Kurian, second place, Evan Hankins or Tufts, as that will round out the men's 600 meters. Coming up next will be the women's 60-meter finals. 8 athletes in the final. Simisola Lawal of Tufts, 794, or third seed. See 3 athletes under 8 seconds. Rachel Arthur of Williams and Jillian Striner of Trinity will be our top seeds. Welcome back as we get ready for the women's 60-meter finals. 8 athletes in this field. Melissa White of Middlebury, 828, the junior. Maggie Nichols of Williams, 804. Simisola Lawal of Tufts, 794. Rachel Arthur, the senior, 771 from Williams. Jillian Striner, Trinity, 772 seed time. Ella Sukup of Williams, 8:04 seed time. Robin Wilkes of Babson, and Sophia Aguilar of Springfield. So we will get set in just a second as the athletes, we see them warming up for this women's 60-meter hurdles final to be followed by the men. Women's 60-meter final here. See the athletes lined up. Top seed Rachel Arthur of Williams, the senior, 771 from the prelims. Athletes getting set. And they are off in the women's 60-meter finals. Looks like Trinity will take the win here, followed by Tufts. That is Jillian Striner, our second highest seed from the prelims, followed by Simisola Lawal of Tufts. We'll wait for that time to pop up on the screen. But a great run there from Striner of Trinity, the freshman. We saw her run 7.72 in the prelims, and we'll wait, see what she ran here in the finals. Right after this, we'll have the men's 60-meter hurdle final. Sorry, 60-meter finals. 7.65 for Striner, improving her time from the prelims, which was 7.71, so a 600th of a second faster. 7.65 to be followed by Lawal, 7.81 of Tufts. A nice run from her. But Jillian Striner, our winner, the women's 60-meter finals. As we look ahead to the men, 8 competitors in this final. Naheem Washington of Tufts, 7:30. The senior Connor Quiet of Trinity, 7:15. Aiden Castanen, 7:10. Chris McDonough of Babson, Jared Gibbons of Assumption, Carlo Fedolfi of Wesleyan, Devesh Comic Carr of Williams, and Giovanni Hendrickson of Springfield, our top seed. Only time under 7 seconds. Chris McDonough of Babson, 6.92, the sophomore. Men's 60-meter finals here, and the Tufts Stampede Open. Athletes get set at their blocks. You see Chris McDonough with about a 10th of a second over the rest of the field in the prelims. We'll see what he can run here, if anyone can challenge him for the victory. And they're off in the men's 60-meter finals. Close here, but it will be Chris McDonough taking the victory, our top seed from the prelims. 6.92 in the prelims. We'll wait for that time in the final, as it will pop up on the screen, but a great run from him. Our only athlete under 7 in the prelims. We'll wait for that time. It'll pop up here in a second. That is the sophomore Chris McDonough of Babson. Looking ahead, next up will be the women's and men's 800. And we see McDonough 691, improving 100th of a second off of his time in the prelims. Every 100th of a second matters, though, in a distance as short as 60 meters. So a great run from him, followed by 702, Gibbons of Assumption. Looks like Tufts, Washington, 735, just off of his time from the prelims, which was 730. So a great run from Chris McDonough, 692 in the prelims, 691 in the finals. Great run from the sophomore from Babson. So look ahead in just about a couple minutes. We will return for the women's and men's 800 meters. We will have 3 heats of the women's and 2 heats of the men. See the athletes line up for this first heat of the women's 800. We will have 8 athletes in here, 2 of them from Tufts. Kaya West, 222, the sophomore. Elena Almeida of Springfield. Grace Kersher of Williams. Caroline Van Schaik of Middlebury. Carly Rinko of Tufts. Maya Levine of Amherst. Una Volley of Wesleyan. And Kate Fryman to round out this field from MIT. 4 laps of the Gantry Center. And they are off in this first heat of the women's 800. Our top seed time, Carly Rinko, the junior from Tufts. We'll see what she can run here. As they will come up on the bend. First 200 looks like our athlete from Tufts, I believe that is Kaya West, out to the lead over that first 200, but we see the pack bunched up there, so anyone could take this. 8 athletes for 4 laps of the track. Kaya West, our early leader, 2:22:32 seed time. The sophomore, they'll come up at 400, so just about halfway done here. We see the pack still bunched up. We see 2 Tufts athletes, Middlebury and Springfield. West and Rinko still very much in the mix, along with Alina Almeida of Springfield. But pretty bunched up first 400. No one's really separated themselves from the field yet, but we'll see what happens in this back half on these final 2 laps of the track. 4 athletes still in contention here as we approach the bell. Pretty much even here, but it looks like Rinko will jump out to the lead with a lap to go. Still so tight between those 4 athletes, 2 of them being from Tufts. We'll see what Rinko, the top seed, can do here on this last 200. That's strung out a little bit, but still anyone could take this. Rinko with 100 meters to go, time at about 2:03. Just 100 meters left. But Rinko of Tufts, the junior, the leader here on this last 50, is being challenged a little bit by Kaya West, but it will be Carly Rinko taking the win at just about 2:20. A tight finish there between 4 athletes. So we see the rest of the field come in here. But it will be Rinko of Tufts, the junior, right about her seat time of 2:20. The winner in this first heat of the women's 800. Second heat of 3 of the women's 800. Again, 8 athletes in this field. We have Sydney Kulik of Amherst, Kate Crutzen of Middlebury, Kate Maroney of Connecticut College, Rose Connolly of Assumption, Leah Adelman of Connecticut College, Greta Vaughn of Williams, Tenley Flint of Wesleyan, and Jane Kakalek to round out the field. Wesleyan top seed here, 225, Sydney Kulik, the senior of Amherst, as they are off in this second heat of 3 in the women's 800. Still awaiting that time in heat 1 from Rinko, but looks like about 2:20 will be the time to beat in heat 2 here. Looks like Williams out to the early lead with a couple meters over the rest of the field. Greta Vaughn, the junior, followed by Wesleyan Amherst, another Wesleyan athlete, but Greta Vaughn out to the early lead. Seat time of 2:32, so we'll see if she can beat that here. She's built a healthy gap on the rest of the field here, about 10 meters, only 300 meters into this race. We'll see if she can hold on or build that gap even further as we approach the back half of this 800 meters. So we'll come up to the 400 meters. We'll get the split here. Greta Vaughn of Williams right at about 110. So right on pace with that first heat, which was Carly Rinko in 2:20. We'll see if she can maybe negative split here to get that top time of the day. Third lap of 4. And we see Greta Vaughn all by herself on the back stretch. Come up on 600 meters here. And it's all Greta Vaughn of Williams. We see the battle for second back there. Looks like Wesleyan and Assumption, but 149 at the bell for Greta Vaughn. We'll see how fast she can close here and maybe get that top time of the day so far. But she is all by herself as she hits the back stretch. The time just crosses 2 minutes. 100 meters to go here. Right at about 2:10. Let's see how fast she can close this last 100. By herself, it is Greta Vaughn, the junior, coming out. Oh, but she's being challenged here by Assumption College. She'll be overtaken. Rose Connolly, the winner. Wow, what a kick there by Rose Connolly, the junior from Assumption. I thought that race was over with 200 meters to go. She had about a 10-meter lead on the rest of the field, but what a kick by Rose Connolly, and Kate Crutzen overtook Vaughn for second as well, so Vaughn falls back to third. That really shows anything can happen in 800 meters on that last lap when you're fighting the lactic acid and the heaviness in your legs. Maybe Greta Vaughn went out too hard there the first couple of laps, and we saw the winner there, Rose Connolly of Assumption, overtakes Greta Vaughn, who led the entire race in that last 50 meters to take the win in Heat 2. What a finish. Go up on our third and final heat here of the 800C, 2:28, followed by Crutzen, and then Vaughn finished 2:29.46 in the 800. So big positive split there in Heat 2. Heat 3 here will be highlighted by Kaya Schwenk of Connecticut College, Catherine Herring of Mount Holyoke, Mia Wolf of Connecticut College, Anita Canopa of Mount Holyoke, Carrie Gannon of Trinity, Natalie Sicard of Wheaton, Maddie Plotnick of Connecticut College, and Natalie Costu of Assumption. Our top seed here is Maddie Plotnick, 235 flat. We'll see what they can run here as they approach the 200-meter point here. It is Mia Wolp of Connecticut College, 36 seconds through 200, 3 laps to go here. We see two athletes separate a little bit from the rest of the field as they're right about 300, right about 56 seconds. So a nice pace here in heat 3. See two freshmen are top seeds, both from Connecticut College, Plotnick and Schwenk. And it looks like that's both of them there. 1, 2, hip 3 and hip 7. Followed by Catherine Herring and Mount Holyoke. But it will be two freshmen from Connecticut College, Schwenk and Plotnick, as they hit the 400-meter point halfway. We'll see how fast they can close here and if they can get near that time from heat 1. Still our leader, Carly Rinko from Tufts. See if anyone can challenge her for that top time, but see Connecticut College still in the lead, but Mount Holyoke is passing Maddie Plotnick to overtake her for second. And it looks like Mount Holyoke will now take the lead. That's Catherine Herring, the freshman. 2:35 seed time will overtake the two top seeds on the spell lap. Catherine Herring, 1:55 at the 600. We'll see if she can close here if the Connecticut College athletes have any answer for her. Final 200 here. They hit the back stretch, and it's still Mount Holyoke in the lead, separating herself from the rest of the field. And it looks like there will be no answer from the Connecticut College athletes. Catherine Herring, the freshman, so it's about between 3 freshmen here for this heat. She will head down the home stretch in the lead comfortably. Catherine Herring kicking hard in this last 50. She will win heat 3 in about 2:34. The winner, you see her excited there at the line with the win. Catherine Herring, the winner of heat 3, but the outright winner of this 800 will still be Carly Rinko, the junior from Tufts. So we'll wait for all the combined times to come up on the screen, but looks like our winner was Carly Rinko of Tufts back in heat 1. We'll look ahead men's 800 after this. We will return just a minute to heats of the men's 800. Men's 800 gets set here, 2 heats. We see 9 athletes here in heat 1. As we get ready, our top seed will be 156 flat. Larson Sipple, the senior from Trinity. We see 6 seed times under 2 flat here. So we'll see how many athletes can break that 2-minute barrier. 30 seconds per 200, 1 minute per 400 here at the Gantry Center. And they're off in this first heat of the men's 800. Top seeds here, Larson Sipple, and followed by Daniel Manning of Wesleyan, Tyler Robinson and Owen DeMatt of Colgate, and Henry Rank of Williams. See them come up on 200 meters here. Our early leader will be Colgate. That is Tyler Robinson in 29 high, so on pace to break the 2-minute barrier. But we see the field bunched up here on our second lap of 4. We see the other Colgate athlete going along with him. That's Owen DeMatt, the sophomore, both seated at 158. You see the two Colgate athletes come up on 400 meters. They'll be right at about 59 low. So they will be on pace to break 2 minutes. And 2 Colgate athletes will be in the lead here as they hit the 500-meter mark. We'll see if they can dip under 2 minutes here. And it's still Tyler Robinson in the lead. as they come up on the bell, but Middlebury is challenging. That is Benjamin Press, the freshman, as they come up on the bell lap. We see Middlebury just about even with Tyler Robinson of Colgate. We'll see if they can dip under 2 minutes here. 100 meters to go, right about 1:45, so they're on pace. We'll see how fast they can close here. But Tyler Robinson back in the lead on the home stretch. Challenged by Trinity, but he will take the lead. And he will win in 1:59, just dipping under that 2-minute barrier. A nice win there from Tyler Robinson from Colgate, the winner in Heat 1, just under 2 minutes. Heat 2 here of the men's 800. We have 8 athletes here. Our top seed will be 2 flat for Calix McCormick of Trinity. Our other competitors, Daniel Sorella of Springfield, Ty Sanders of Springfield, Gregory Baldinucci of Amherst, Drew Terrell of the Coast Guard, James Michael Andrews of Trinity, Gavin Guerreri of Assumption, and Harry Harwood to round out this field. Trinity, hip 6, James Michael Andrews, the junior, our leader at 200. Our top time from Heat 1, 1:59.72 and 1:59.97. So we saw 2 athletes dip under 2 minutes in Heat 1. We'll see if any of them can match that in the second and final heat. As they come up on 400, it's still Andrews of Trinity, our leader, at about 59 high. So right on pace with the first 400 from Heat 1. All alone here with about a 8-9 meter lead over second place. We'll see if he can hold on this last 400. James Michael Andrews, as he comes up on the home stretch for the 3rd time, and he will take the bell in the second heat of the men's 400, followed by his teammate Calix McCormick's 1:31. So they'll need to close at 29 to break 2 minutes. We'll see if he can do it here. But he is being challenged on this final lap by his teammate, the freshman Calix McCormick, the 2 flat .8 seed time. And he's going to be overtaken on the back stretch by McCormick, who's really kicking hard. And we see Andrew sort of fading there on that last 100. And it will be a battle for this win here between Amherst and Trinity. Gregory Baldinucci, but it will be Calix McCormick's taking the win over that last 200, overtaking James and Michael Andrews as he comes in now at about 2:13. But the winner there, Calix McCormick's, followed by Gregory Baldinucci. And we saw Andrews sort of fade there, running at 59 first 400, but finishing in about 2:13. We'll wait for the time there, but it looks like Robinson will be our outright winner from Heat 1. Looking ahead, we got the 1K. 2 heats of the women and 2 heats of the men, which will get started in just a second. We'll see McCormick, our winner, in 2:03. Baldinucci also 2:03. 0.2 seconds separated the top 2 athletes. But we saw our winner from Heat 1 from Colgate in that men's 800. Now we see the women's 1K on the track. 11 athletes in this first heat. They are off. We will have Samantha Sheehan of Wesleyan, Amelia Dion of Smith, Sarah Braslow of Connecticut College, Emma Vatnestall of Amherst, Bella Migliore of Wesleyan, Clara Gom of Williams, Naomi Gomel, Greta Trapp, Taylor Gudebski, Sarah Studel, and Ava Del Vescova to round out this heat. 1,000 meters, that will be 5 laps here at the Gantry Center. Another one of those unconventional distances like the 600. See our early leader, Williams, hip 6. Clara Gom, the freshman, seated at 3:05 for the 1K. The 1K is not one of those events that's run at major championships, but sort of unique here that Tufts has this and the 600 in the same meet to give athletes a chance to maybe compete in an event that they're not used to. Some people run it like a long 800. Some people run it like a really faster mile. We see 3 athletes up here as they hit 400 meters. Williams still in the lead. That was the freshman Clara Gom, who is our top seed in 3:05. So we'll see if she can hold on these last 3 laps in this first heat of the 1K. Gom still our leader, followed by Middlebury Naomi Gamel, 600 meters in 1:51, followed by, I believe that's Trinity Ava Del Vescovo in 3rd. But Williams still leading. She's led from the gun, followed by the freshman Naomi Gamel. We'll see if she has any answer over these last 2 laps as we approach the 800-meter mark here, and it is still Gom in the lead. Take the bell in this women's 1K in about 2:28, followed by Naomi Gamel. We'll see if she has any answer, but Clara Gom seems to be pulling away from the field here at this last 200. Put a gap on the rest of the field. She's got 100 meters to go, right about 2:47. We'll see how fast she can close. Clara Gom of Williams, the freshman, will win Heat 1 here in the women's 1K. We'll get the time here right at about 3:04. Great run here. Then we see Greta Trapp, 3:09, followed by a couple of athletes after her, but 3:04, a great run from the freshman in the women's 1K. Heat 1 winner, Clara Gom of Williams. We'll have one more heat of the women's 1K before we go over to the men. 10 athletes in the second heat. Our top seed is 316 of Jordan Primitive Coast Guard. We see 6 Wheaton, Massachusetts athletes, along with Middlebury Coast Guard, Springfield, and University of New England represented here. Five laps of the track as we get ready for this second heat of the 1K. And they are off. Women's 1,000 meters second heat. We'll see if they can beat our top time from Heat 1, Clara Gom. So you see those times on the screen, 3:03.78. Great run from her, followed by 3:09.01. That was Greta Trapp of Mount Holyoke, the senior. But our early leader here is hip 6, Taylor Gibson of Springfield. followed by Jordan Printer of the Coast Guard in 3:16 her C time. 4 laps to go here, 800 meters left of this race. We see those 3 athletes bunched up there. Hip 6, hip 5, and hip 4. Wozniak, Gibson, and Printer. 1:15 through the 400-meter mark. So a pretty quick pace here. Let's see if they can hold on. That's right at about 3:07 1K pace. Let's see what they can do here over this final 600. But we still see now hip 5, Jordan Printer of the Coast Guard, followed by Christia Middlebury, 1:55 to the 600, and Taylor Gibson of Springfield. 400 meters to go here in the second heat of the women's 1K. Now we see Adrienne Christie, the sophomore from Middlebury, overtaking the lead here. Just about 2 laps to go. See if anyone has any answer for her. She's put a bit of a gap on Printer and Gibson. She will come up and take the bell here. Hit for Adrienne Christie of Middlebury, 800 meters, 2:35. We'll see if Printer or Gibson has any answer for her. Followed by in 4th, Abby Wozniak. Final 200 meters here. It is all Adrienne Christie, sophomore from Middlebury. 100 meters to go at about 2:54. We see Springfield sort of making a move on Printer rather for second, but we see Adrienne Christie of Middlebury come up on this last 50 meters. She's kicking home, and she will be the winner of the second heat in about 3:11. Solid run from her, followed by Springfield, and Printer of the Coast Guard will take third. Wozniak will come in 4th in about 3:26. Our outright winner, though, will be Clara Gom from Heat 1. And some fast times there in the women's 1,000 meters. We'll return in a second for the men. Men's 1,000 meters here. 9 athletes in this first heat, 7 of them being from Amherst. So the Mammoths are well represented in this heat. 9 athletes: Jacob Carley of Amherst, Quinn Hampson of Tufts, Henry Denon of Amherst, Will Nagy of Amherst, Sam Benham, Stan Craig, Gent Malushiga, Aiden Gem, and Finn O'Hara. This heat looks like it's going to be pretty fast, as we see all of our athletes between 2:30 and 2:35. For reference, 2:30, 1,000 meters is 4 flat mile pace. So we should see these athletes running right about 4 flat pace for 5 laps. So we see them moving there. Henry Denon, the junior of Amherst, leading this fast heat of the men's 1,000. Should see some pretty quick times run here, as we see a lot of Amherst athletes in this heat. Led, I believe that is Denon of Amherst. 400 meters there at about 1 flat. It looked like Quinn Hampson from Tufts was a scratch. So it will be 8 It will be 7 Amherst athletes and 1 athlete from Trinity, Sam Benham. We'll see if he has any answer for the 7 Amherst athletes who are leading this heat. Looks like Denon still in the lead here as we approach 600. They are flying here 3 laps in, right about 1:30, so they are running 4 flat mile pace here as for this 1K. We'll see if they can hit around 2 minutes here for the 800 and then have another lap to go. So some fast times here are going to be dropped by these Amherst athletes. Amherst certainly talented when it comes to middle distance. Looks like Brennan's putting a bit of a gap on his teammates here. Come up on 800 meters. Actually, that's Jacob Connolly. 2:01 through 800. Followed by another Amherst athlete and Sam Benham of Trinity. But it is Jacob Connolly, the sophomore, who has the lead right now as he is absolutely flying down that backstretch. We'll see how close to that 2:30 mark he can get. 100 meters to go here. Jacob Connolly of Amherst. Let's see what he can do. Rounds the home stretch. And he will be the winner here. Jacob Connolly, the sophomore from Amherst, will take the win in Heat 1, 2:32 high. Followed by Aiden Gemi and Gent Malushiga. So a lot of great performances from Amherst. Looks like we might have actually had a pacer in that heat. Henry Denon, who was leading at the beginning, and he stepped off. So maybe he was helping his teammates run the first couple of laps at that hot pace to get them to around that 2:30 mark. As we see him congratulate his teammates there. Paced about the first 3 laps for them at about 1:30. So great job there by Henry Denon, rather, helping Jacob Connolly to the win. And we will head to the second heat of the men's 1K. 11 athletes in this field. We see 2 Tufts athletes, Ben Stratton and Charlie Krebs. Ben Stratton, the sophomore, 2:35 6 seed time, and Charlie Krebs, 2:42 seed time. So we'll see if either of them can get close to that 2:32.72 mark set in Heat 1 by Jacob Connolly. In this second heat, we see Wesleyan out to the early lead. That's hip 8, Luke Consolati, followed by 2 more Amherst athletes. So Amherst just has an abundance of runners running this 1K. We saw 7 in Heat 1, and we see 2 more here. So 9 total Amherst athletes running this 1K. See, I think that's 2 Wesleyan athletes in the lead there. As we will approach the 400-meter mark. Still Luke Consolati, the senior. About 1:01 through 400. So we'll see if we can hold that pace and maybe get close to that mark set by Connolly in Heat 1. Approaching the 600-meter mark here. Wesleyan's still in the lead, but looks like his teammate Alex Lara, followed by Harrison Tolcott, right about 1:32, 1:33 through 600. They're trying to hold on to that 30-second 200 pace, but gets hard on those middle laps. You see 2 Wesleyan athletes followed by Amherst as they will come up on 800 meters here in just a few seconds. And they will take the bell. Luke Consolati overtakes the lead again, followed by Trinity now. Dolan Polis, 2:05, so they've slowed down just a bit, but we'll see if they can kick hard here and close fast as we see Consolati really kicking here on this last lap. But he's being challenged by a couple athletes. We see that Amherst swinging around him on that curve, overtaking the lead. And Amherst has the lead going into this home stretch. And he will be the winner, it looks like. Hip 7, Harrison Tolcott, 2:35. He's swung around Consolati on that last curve overtaking him and not looking back after, and he will take the win in this second heat. He doesn't top Jacob Connolly's time from Heat 1, but it's certainly a great run from him. Amherst, Harrison Tolcott, the sophomore, taking the win there in Heat 2. Next up, we will have the women's 200, 13 heats getting ready. We will step aside for just a second, but we'll return for the women's and men's 200 meters coming up in just a moment. welcome back. The action. Women's 200 meters just kicked off. They have 13 heats of the women's 200. We're back for Heat 2 of the women's 200 meters. 4 athletes here: Elizabeth Foster, Isabella Hagginson, Elowen Gottsacker, and Nyla Thompson of Tufts. We saw Hooker of Smith win Heat 1. But here we will see Tufts take the win here. Only 2 athletes in this field, so 2 of them must have scratched. But Nyla Thompson of Tufts, the senior, will take the win here in Heat 2. We'll wait the time. It's seated at 27.6. Nyla Thompson of Tufts, our winner in second heat. Believe that was Forrest Steyer of Trinity, our other athlete in the field. 13 heats of this women's 200, so a lot of action to go. And it looks like we'll be going from our fastest heat will be at the end. We see Abby Collier again, seated at 24.7, along with Rachel Arthur Williams, 24.8. So that's something to look ahead to. Heat 13, but here we have Heat 3 commencing. 4 athletes here: Sophia Fall of Trinity, Ella Cauchon of Springfield, Campbell Feely of Middlebury, and Caitlin Doherty of Springfield to round out this third heat. Thompson ran 26.71 in Heat 2, so she will be our leader so far as this third heat is about to kick off. They're off in Heat 3. 4 athletes competing. They'll hit the 100-meter mark halfway. And it looks like Springfield out to the early lead. They'll come around the curve into the home stretch here. And it looks like Middlebury, Campbell Feely being challenged by Springfield. Hip 4 and hip 4 Ella Cauchon overtakes Campbell Feely at the last second to take the heat win. We'll wait that time there, but Cauchon caught Feely there at the last second over those last about 5 meters to overtake her and get the win in this third heat out of 13. 27-4 to 27-5-1, Cauchon and Feely. So far, it is still Nyla Thompson with the lead overall, but looks like Cauchon, winner of Heat 3, as we will move on to the fourth heat. 5 athletes competing in this heat. Our top seed, 27.5, Imogen Walters, along with Ava Dubois, 27.52, Gabby O'Doom, Sarah Trum, and Daisy Val. 2 Williams athletes, and along with Wesleyan, Trinity, and Assumption in this fourth heat. And they're off from the blocks. Heat 4 of the women's 200 meters here. Looks like Wesleyan, Imogen Walters out to the early lead, the junior. But Gabby O'Doom is hanging right with her, the senior. They'll round the curve, and pretty even between 2 Williams athletes and Wesleyan. Looks like Williams will take the win. Daisy Val, along with Gabby O'Doom, taking second, and Imogen Walters right behind them in third. Pretty close heat there and finish, but Daisy Val will take the win. We'll wait for the time. But our Heat 4 winner, the senior from Williams. .28.26 for Val, 28.42 for Walters, 28.49 for O'Doom. So Wesleyan did take second there over Gabby O'Doom. Heat 5 kicks off. 5 athletes in this heat. Caroline Wu from Amherst, Maya Bruno, Connecticut College, Annika Fruitman, Wesleyan, Catherine DeFoss, Springfield, and Olivia LaBelle are top seed. DeFoss out of Springfield. So they will round the curve. Come up onto that home stretch. And our leader looks like Springfield will take this heat. Hip 5, that's Catherine DeFoss, the sophomore. 27.4 seed time. And we'll see what she ran there in this 5th heat as we move closer towards those faster seed time heats. Sixth heat starting now. 5 athletes in here. Amelia Silver, University of New England. Laurel Davis, Coast Guard. Maya Medina, we saw her before in the 400 from Amherst. Natalie Marchand of Springfield and El Ramondo of Mount Holyoke. Here in Heat 6. And coming off that curve, it will be Ellie Ramado, followed by Springfield Natalie Marchand, the junior El Ramondo, Mount Holyoke, seated at 27.4. We'll await that time. But she is our winner of the 6th heat of the women's 200 meters. 7 heats to go. DeFoss of Springfield 28.09, our winner, and Ramondo 27.83, our winner of Heat 6. So Heat 5 and Heat 6 just popping up on the board here at the Gantry Center. 27.03, the winner. That was El Ramondo, Mount Holyoke. Heat 8 will be starting in just a minute. So looks like we're going from Heat 6 to Heat 8, skipping Heat 7 altogether. But we will have 5 athletes in Heat 8. We will have Alyssa Kanganis of Williams, 30.5. Anella Bolster of Whedon, 28.94. Millie Wims of Coast Guard, Malia Klein of Williams, and Eliza Speedle of Whedon. Our top seed time, Malia Klein of Williams, 26.39. We'll see what she can do as this 8th heat will kick off in just a moment. So far, our top time still Nyla Thompson from Tufts, 26.71. Our only athlete under 27 seconds, followed by, we just saw El Ramondo of Mount Holyoke, 27.03. But we'll see if anyone can catch Nyla Thompson, 26.7. She's got about 0.3 of a second over the rest of the field so far, about halfway through these 200-meter heats. Looking ahead to the men's 200, we'll have 10 heats. Our top seed, 22.06, Colin Hansen of Springfield. And we're off in, I believe this is the 7th heat of the women's 200. Teresa Lopez and Sachi Robinson. So we have 2 Mount Holyoke athletes in this heat. One seated at 35.5 and the other at 28 flat. So Actually, it's only one athlete in this heat. Sachi Robinson. So, being the only competitor, she will take the win. Actually, no. Teresa Lopez coming in now. So, two Mount Holyoke athletes in that heat. Sachi Robinson takes the win over her teammate Teresa Lopez. As now we will go to Heat 8. 5 competitors in this field. Alyssa Kanganis, Anella Balster, Millie Wims, Malia Klein, and Eliza Speedle. 26:39 is our top C time, which will be faster than the time put up by Thompson of Tufts in Heat 2. Heat 8 getting ready to go off here. We have 5 heats left to go. Athletes get set on their blocks. And they're off in Heat 8 of the Women's 200. We'll see if anyone can top that, can dip under 27 and top that time set by Thompson of Tufts as we get towards these faster heats. They will round the curve, and it looks like Williams running hard there. Hit 5. Malia Klein takes the win decisively over the rest of the field. A great run there from the senior. Seat at 26:39. We'll see if that time puts her in the lead so far overall. But a great run. She had about a second and a half over the rest of the field. 26:71 for Klein of Williams. So I believe that puts her. Oh, she ties Nyla Thompson actually for the top time so far. So 26:71 for both athletes. Nyla Thompson of Tufts and Klein from Williams. So I guess it may go down to the thousandth of a second if it comes down to that between the two athletes to see who had the faster time. But we'll go to Heat 9. We have 5 athletes, 2 of them being from Tufts, Michaela Moriarty and Natalie Germanov. Moriarty, just a freshman, seated at 26-2, our top seed. So we'll see if she can put up anything like that. I would put her at the top of the field so far. But they're out in Heat 9. And Tufts running well. Believe that's Moriarty. Actually, that's hip 3, Natalie Germanov taking the win. And maybe Michaela Moriarty was a scratch there, but Germanov will take the win, so it is a victory for Tufts. We'll wait the time there. See if she was seated at 28.91, the freshman. We'll see if she can get close to those top 2 times. 26:71 right now is the time to beat so far, set both by the Williams and Tufts athlete. We've got 4 heats left, so we'll see if anyone in those 4 heats can top that 26:71 mark. Here in Heat 10, we got 5 athletes. A top seed, Elise Cumberland of Tufts, the freshman, seed at 26 flat. So we'll see what she can do here. 26 flat, and a great time for a freshman. So they're off in Heat 10. You see Coast Guard, University of New England, Mount Holyoke, Tufts, and Wesleyan in this heat. They will round the curve and come onto the home stretch. And it looks like that is Coast Guard in the lead. Will take the win. Thine Nguyen, the freshman. So another scratch from Tufts. Elise Cumberland not running in that heat. So Coast Guard will take the win. As we will see the times come up on the board in a second. 29.43 from the last heat from Natalie Germanov. So no one yet has topped that 26:71 mark. Now with 3 heats left. Here we see some fast seed times. Two Tufts athletes, Simisola Lawal and Ariel Shishel, 25A01. We saw Shishel last week in the pentathlon with a great performance. I believe taking second overall. We saw her win that 800 meters in that final pentathlon athlete. So we'll see if she's competing here in just a second. We saw some scratches so far from Tufts, but we'll see if either Shishel or Lawal is competing here. Both seated 25 high. They're off in heat 11 of the women's 200. And Shishel and Lawal are competing here, and we'll see what they can run as they're in the clear lead here. Those two athletes on the outside in lane 5 and lane 6. Neck and neck. Now it's going to be a tight finish here. Shishel and Lawal, but it looks like Lawal will just hold her off. The sophomore Simisola Lawal holds off Ariel Shishel, but a convincing win for Tufts here. We'll wait on that time, but I think that definitely could have topped the mark of 26-7 set in heat 2. (26:09) for Lawal, 26:13 for Shishel. Those are our top times of the day so far, number 1 and number 2. 26:09, we'll see if anyone can top that in these final two heats. Heat 12, 25:12, our top seed time of freshman, Jillian Striner. We saw her in the women's 60-meter finals win in a D3 number 9 time on the year of 7:65. So very talented athlete, the freshman from Trinity. We'll see what she can do here in the 200. 5 athletes here competing. Looks like 4 will be running, so one of them scratch. But it looks like the athlete on the outside currently in the lead, that looks like Trinity Striner. Hit 5 takes the win easily. We'll wait on that time and see if it tops 26:09. Our top time by Simisola Lawal. Jillian Striner, the freshman, saw her win the 60, and now we see her win the 200. We'll see what she ran here in just a second. One more heat left of the 200. 25-6. It just went away for a second, but it looks like 25-6 for Striner of Trinity. Yeah, 25-6-8. Our new top time of the day. Our only athlete so far under 26 seconds. We'll see if anyone in this last heat can top Jillian Striner. Time to beat 25-6-8. We see Abby Collier, Baldwin Wasp, saw her before in the 400. Let's see what she can do in this heat. Final heat, heat 13 of the women's 200. Time to beat from Jillian Striner. Let's see if any of them can do that here. We see Baldwin Wallace, Abby Collier, see that 24-7, but she'll be held off by Williams. Williams takes the win. Rachel Arthur, 24-8 seed time. We'll check that time in just a second, but she's followed by Collier. Looks like a pretty fast run from them, so they may have beaten the time from Jillian Striner. We'll see in just a moment, but that will conclude the women's 200. As we will move on to the men. That's 25-13. Our winner, Rachel Arthur of Williams. Great run from her, followed by Abby Collier, Baldwin Wallace in 25-5-6. Now we look ahead. Men's 200 meters now. 10 heats. Heat 1 will have 4 athletes. Pedro Mateo of Trinity, Luke Whaler of Trinity, Ben Williams of Amherst, and Jedida Nelson of Middlebury as they are off. Top seed 23-5, Jedida Nelson of Middlebury. Kick off the men. We will see them round the curve in heat 1 and close finish here, but looks like Middlebury will take the win. That's Jedidah Nelson, the sophomore. We'll wait that time in heat 1. 23.5, the seed time. (25:13). 23.66, the winner, Nelson of Middlebury. So right at about a seed time. That will be the time so far to beat. As we move on to heat 2, we see 4 athletes. Declan LeClaire of Connecticut College, Noah Westcott of Coast Guard, Charlie Young of Trinity, and Tyler Fabry of Springfield to round out the second heat. We'll see if any of them can beat that time posted by Jedidah Nelson of Middlebury. And they're off in heat 2. Let's see how fast they can run here. We see the early leader. I believe that's Fabry of Springfield, the junior. Let's see if he can hold off here. But he's being challenged on that curve. Fabry and Charlie Young. Looks like Fabry will just hold off Charlie Young for the heat win there. Looked like about 23 mid, so we'll see if that beat the time from heat 1. But our winner in heat 2, Tyler Fabry of Springfield. Heat 3 of the men's 200 meters coming up. Our top seed time is Chase Kaufman of Colgate, 23.29, the freshman, along with 2 Connecticut College athletes. We see 23.23, the time by Tyler Fabry of Springfield, so he was able to top that time from heat 1. Heat 3, Chase Kaufman, Francisco Moreira, Christopher West, and Colin Blades Thomas, as they're off in heat 3 of 10 of this men's 200 at the Tufts Stampede Open. Chase Kaufman off to the early lead, the freshman. See if he can hold on here. They hit the home stretch. And it looks like hit for Christopher West. Springfield will take the win here. So actually, my apologies, Chase Kaufman did not compete in that race. Looked like it's just West and Colin Blades Thomas. But West was able to take the W. And we'll wait the time here. As we go on to heat 4, we see our first Tufts athlete of the 200, Sar Maturi, the junior. He will be West 24.19, so he's not able to top that time from the first 2 heats, but still a great run from him. We will see Connor Joyce, Seth Twarog, Liam Kelly, and Theo Woodward rounding out this 4th heat of 10. We'll see what they can run here. Heat 4, the men's 200 is off. Sar Maturi of Tufts, lane 2 rather. You see 2 athletes on the outside. It looks like Liam Kelly, Trinity, and Theo Woodward of Amherst, but it will be Liam Kelly of Trinity taking the win over Theo Woodward and Sar Maturi of Tufts. Liam Kelly, we saw him in the 400, took 6th place, a time of 52.9. So we'll wait that time in the 200. Kelly 23.35, our winner in heat 4. Heat 5 coming up of the men's 200. 5 competitors in this heat. Ryan Martin of Trinity, Jack Darling of Trinity, Cody Weitzman of Middlebury, Quadjo Mensah of Colgate, and Dylan Heim of Connecticut College. We see 22.9, our top seed time. So we'll see if any of these athletes can dip under 23 seconds. As they get ready in Heat 5 of the men's 200. And they are off. Heat 5 of the men's 200. Top seed time, Quadjo Mensah of Colgate. And he actually does not seem to be in this heat. So a lot of scratches so far in this men's 200, but looks like we'll have a different winner then. And right now it looks to be Connecticut College, Dylan Heim taking the win over Ryan Martin and Jack Darling, both of Trinity. 23:05 the seat time for the junior from Connecticut College. And we will wait and see that final time. As we have 5 heats left of the men's 200. .24:07, the winner, Dylan Heim of Connecticut College. So our top time remains Tyler Fabry, 23:23 out of Heat 2. 5 heats left. We'll see if any of them can top it. Heat 6 coming up. 5 athletes: James Johannes, Luke Cherry, Jamal Bakar, Ethan Bezanson, and Dylan Biggs. Top seed time 22:09. The freshman from Babson. We'll see what they can run in this 6th heat. Bezanson seems to be out to the early lead, but he's being trailed by Jamal Bakar of Connecticut College. They'll round the turn here. And it looks like Bakar is overtaking the lead, but it's very close between Babson and Bakar. Jamal Bakar, the freshman from Connecticut College, will just hold off Ethan Bezanson of Babson for that heat victory. Looks like only a couple hundredths of a second separated them. Lane 4 and lane 5 will wait for the time there to pop up on the big screen. 4 heats left now of the men's 200. Bakar 23:71, followed by 23:76 for Bezanson. Neither of them are going to top that time from Heat 2, but a nice run there for Jamal Bakar to overtake Bezanson at the last moment. Heat 7, we see Sebastian Cohen. Shout out to him, the freshman from Tufts, 22:09 seed time. We'll see how fast he can run here, along with Carlo Fidolfi of Wesleyan, Finn Albright of Middlebury, Andrew Link of Coast Guard, and Giancarlo Barkenero of Springfield. Heat 7 getting ready to start here. Athletes take the blocks. Cohen, the freshman from Tufts, the top seed time. We saw him running the 60-meter hurdles. 9.05 his time. See what he can do in this 200. They're off in Heat 7. In this men's 200. Cohen looks to be out to the early lead in that outer lane, lane 6. But he's being trailed right now by Middlebury. But Cohen will take the win, followed by Springfield Giancarlo Barkenero. But it is all Sebastian Cohen in Heat 7. Your winner, the freshman from Tufts. 3 heats left now of the men's 200. We see two Tufts athletes in this heat 8, Naheem Washington, 22.7, the senior, and Charlie Fitzpatrick, 22.81, the seed time. The sophomore, we will see them joined by Brian Gibson of Connecticut College, Noah Harris of Amherst, and Michael Ubari Sosa, who I believe we saw in the 400. Yes, 455.19. So let's see what he can do here in the 200. Sebastian Cohen, 23.26. I believe that's the top time of the day. Now just off the time of Tyler Fabry, 23.23. So 300ths of a second between them two. But Cohen with the second fastest time of the day out of Heat 7. As Heat 8 gets ready to be set off. Officials get set. For Heat 8. They're off in heat number 8. Two Tufts athletes in this field. We see them get out in the two outer lanes. That is Naheem Washington and Charlie Fitzpatrick. We saw Washington in the 60-meter finals take 8th place. So let's see what they can do here in the 200. Tufts with the lead. I believe that's Charlie Fitzpatrick taking the win over Brian Gibson of Connecticut College. Charlie Fitzpatrick, the sophomore, with a nice run there to win the 8th heat. We saw him in the 60-meter prelims, but he had not advanced to the finals. So a nice bounce back for Fitzpatrick. We'll wait the time to see if he topped the times. Either Cohen or the athlete from Springfield are two top competitors so far. Fitzpatrick, 23.72, our winner for Heat 8. So he's not able to reach the time of Fabry or Cohen. That will place him in about 7th place so far out of our competitors. 2 heats left now of the men's 200 meters. We see 5 athletes here. Our top seed, 22.40. Bryce Cooper, the junior from Williams. Athletes get set. 2 heats left now of the men's 200. And they're off in this 9th and second to last heat of the men's 200. Time to beat is still 23.23, Tyler Fabry. Let's see if anyone can do it here in this 9th heat. Bryce Cooper, our top seed. As we see him around the bend, Bryce Cooper with a great run to take the win here in Heat 9. That might have done it. See it at 22.4. We'll see if he was able to dip under 23 there. It's a great run from the junior from Williams. As now we just have 1 heat left of this men's 200. Cooper, 22.7. That is our top time of the day by about half a second. 22.71, a great run from Bryce Cooper. That is our top performer so far of the day. 10th and final heat getting ready. Our top seed, 22.06. Colin Hanson of Springfield. See if he can top that time by Bryce Cooper, but he'll be joined by Jiho Moon of Trinity, Connor Quiet of Trinity, Will Terry of Colgate, and Giovanni Hendrickson of Springfield. Time to beat now, 22.7 in this final heat of the men's 200 meters. They're off in this final heat of the men's 200. Let's see what our top seed, Colin Hansen can do. See that 22:06, a blistering time. As we see some Springfield athletes start to chant his name. Hansen out to the lead. He's got a huge lead on the field. Connor Hansen will take the win, and now we just wait the time. See if that was able to top the time by Bryce Cooper. As now the men's 200 has concluded. Wait to see who our winner is. But a great run there from Colin Hansen of Springfield, the sophomore. 22:50, our winner, Colin Hansen. And that is our top time of the day, followed by Bryce Cooper and Tyler Fabry. Sebastian Cohen, the freshman, fourth fastest on the day, so a nice showing from him. But our outright winner will be Colin Hansen in a nice time of 22:50. We are now on to the women's 3,000 meters, 15 laps of the Gantry Center ready to get set here. We will have 2 heats of the women and 2 heats rather of the men. We will have 18 competitors in this first heat of the women. Our top seed will be 10:30 Haley Ballard of Williams, the sophomore. 3,000 meters, 15 laps, just under 2 miles here. And they're off in the women's 3,000 meters. Speaking of 3,000 meters, just last week in the men's professional scene, we saw Grant Fisher set a new world record in the indoor 3,000 meters at the Millrose Games with an incredible performance over the Olympian Cole Hawker. We saw him in the Armory in New York with an incredible run in the 3K. I believe it was 7:22.91, under 4-minute mile pace for almost 2 miles. So Grant Fisher, one of those premier names in professional running, 3,000 meter GOAT now, as our women's 3,000 kicks off. Speaking of Grant Fisher, we saw him set another world record yesterday. 2 world records in 1 week for Grant Fisher. We saw him in the 5,000 meters just down the road at the BU Track and Tennis Center. Grant Fisher ran the 5,000 meters in 12:44.09, which is a new world record. So what a week it has been for Grant Fisher, one of the premier distance athletes in the world and widely regarded as the top distance athlete in America. Going back to our race, we see Williams out to the early lead. That is Julia Brennan of Williams, sophomore, out to the early lead. But yeah, that BU Track and Tennis Center has been a hub for some really fast times so far this season. We saw so many records fall. We saw Grant Fisher in the 5K. We saw Ethan Strand in the 1 mile, 3:48.32. Just about a week and a half ago, from North Carolina. We saw Parker Wolf and Ethan Strand set the men's 3K record in 7:30, which is 4 flat pace for 15 laps of the track. We saw the women's 5K record go down at the BU Sharon Collier Danville season opener. We saw the Graham Blanks run 12:59 for the 5K at BU. So yeah, Boston has been a hub for some really fast times so far in the indoor season, as it always is. Boston, one of the premier running cities in the country. A lot of professional and collegiate athletes come up to the Northeast to run some really fast times. And this season has been just that. And we'll wait to see some other fast times we'll get here as we see Williams out to the early lead as we are 800 meters in. That is still Julia Brennan of Williams in the lead. She is a sophomore, seated at 10:20. So 4 laps in, 11 to go of this women's 3,000 meters. Just to introduce you to our athletes, we have Alexandra Weingart of Wesleyan, Maggie Smith of Wesleyan, 3 Middlebury athletes, Jules Davis, Shay Fajan, and Stephanie Renouf. Willie Miller of Bates, Hillary Connor of Smith, Daphne Thyler of Amherst, Amelia Gray of Middlebury, Fiona Picone of Williams, Sophie Demerit of Bates, Rose Halford of Wesleyan, Sophia Price of Amherst, 2 Williams athletes, Julia Brennan and Marimbe Mubanda, Mary Longren of Connecticut College, Mary Falties of Coast Guard, and to round out our field, Haley Ballard of Williams. So they are coming up on the 1K mark here, right at about 4:05. We see Julia Brennan with a smile on her face there, really enjoying being in the lead right now. Still behind her, it's pretty tight. Brennan's built a bit of a gap on the field, but behind her, it's a lot of athletes bunched up for second. Williams has 4 athletes in this heat. In the next heat, we'll see Lily Davis, Jerry Tabaccio, and Grace Doyle of Tufts.
Okay, I plugged in one of them, but I left the other battery.
And again, as we approach 1,200 now, still it is Brennan in the lead, about 20 meters on her teammate, Fiona Picone of Williams. And a lot of athletes still in contention here as we get closer to the mile point in this 3,000-meter race. I mentioned before the record set at BU. How about the records in the men's 1 mile indoor? At the Milrose Games this past Saturday, we saw Yaron Nagoose set a world record of 3:46 high in the men's 1 mile distance, followed by Hobbs Kessler, the second world record set at the Milrose Games. But then, just this past Friday, we saw Jakob Ingebrigtsen of Norway break that record only 5 days after it was set, running 3:45.13 for the mile indoors, which is just ridiculous. And Ingebrigtsen actually set 2 world records in one race. He set the 1,500-meter indoor world record and the mile world record in the same race, which was pretty absurd. Ingebrigtsen, of course, the middle distance runner from Norway, who took 4th in the 1,500-meter in Paris and won the 5K in Paris. So it's been a really exciting week for distance running in the professional scene, as we saw 2 world records in the mile within 5 days, along with a 5,000-meter world record and a 3,000-meter world record. So this professional season definitely has not disappointed, and we'll get closer to the World Championships, which I believe are held in China this year, which should be in the next month. Going back to the action here at the Ganter Center, we are over 1 mile in now. And we see Williams still out with a big lead over the rest of the field, almost the entire length of the home stretch here with 5 laps to go. So 2,000 meters, or I'm sorry, 1,000 meters left. There are 2,000 meters into the race. So 2/3 of the way done. And we'll see if anyone can catch Julia Brennan here on this last K. We are about 7:20 into the race. Brennan's seat time at 10:20, so we'll see if she can break that. As we see her come up again, I believe this is the 2,200 mark. She gives a thumbs up, still with a huge lead over fourth place Middlebury. That's Shay Fadgen, the freshman. But it's been all Julia Brennan. She's led from the start here in this first heat of the women's 3K. And no one so far has had an answer for her, as she has about 900 meters to go now. Julia Brennan coming up on 800 meters to go, the 2,400 meter mark. 4 laps to go with a huge lead over the field at about 8:22 with 800 meters to go. So we could see her potentially break 11 here. She's able to close in a 2:38. Julia Brennan, it's about the length of the backstretch of a lead here. She'll come up with 3 laps to go as she crosses the finish for the 12th time. Julia Brennan starting to lap other athletes. 2 laps to go, actually. My apologies. 400 meters left to go for Julia Brennan. We'll see if she can close hard here and run herself a new PB. 2 laps to go here, as she's really starting to push the pace. Julia Brennan, we see her with 300 to go. No one has been able to catch her this entire time, as she will come up on the bell lap. Julia Brennan starting to kick here. 1 lap to go at about 9:44. So we could see a fast time here, sub 10:30 definitely, as Brennan is on that final lap now. She's really starting to kick, starting to lap other competitors. Julia Brennan takes it. Seems to be from gun to tape. And it looks like as she comes up with about 50 meters to go, she will be our winner of Heat 1. Starts to pass other athletes, and Julia Brennan, our winner, 10:21. So a great run from her to win this first heat of the women's 3K. Second place will be Shay Fadgen of Middlebury, as we see other athletes start to come across the line now. But it is Julia Brennan taking the win, 10:21. Seymour Williams' teammates coming in, and we have a few more competitors coming in now. That is Hip 9, Amelia Gray of Middlebury. Heat 2 coming up now of the women's 3K. 21 competitors in this heat, so a big field here. We've got 3 Tufts athletes rather. Lily Davis and Jerry Tabachino and Grace Doyle in this heat. Another 15 laps getting set to be run. And they're off in the second heat of the women's 3K. Our top seed is Grace Doyle, the freshman from Tufts. Seed at 11:12. So we'll see if she can beat the time from Heat 1. And we see Doyle out in the lead, hip number 19, this first lap. She's followed by a slew of other runners. We saw Springfield in the mix there in second, but Doyle was out to the early lead in what should be a fast second heat of the women's 3K. Coming up on 400 meters now, Grace Doyle still in the lead. She'll be right about 125 through 400. See Doyle along with Jerry Tabachino and Lily Davis are three competitors from Tufts. .600 meters now, Grace Doyle still leading, followed by Jean Baker of Middlebury, the sophomore. So a good start here for Doyle of Tufts, the freshman. This is her only race of the day. So we have 12 laps to go. We will come up on 800 meters here. I'm sorry, 11 laps to go. 800-meter mark here as we see a bit of a gap forming between the top four athletes, Doyle, Middlebury, Connecticut College, and Springfield. 800 meters at 2:55, so a little bit under 6 minute per mile pace for Grace Doyle, our current leader. Looking ahead, we will have the men's 3K, 2 heats. But some fast times there. Top seed 8:30 or 8:20 rather, Matt Scardigno of Connecticut College. Grace Doyle still leading at 1K, 3:38 on the clock. So we've seen a bit of separation here between Doyle, a couple other athletes, and the rest of the field. Come up on 1200 as they round the curve. Doyle looking good in first, along with Middlebury right behind her. That is Jean Baker and Cami Wolotica, another freshman from Springfield. 1200 at about 4:25. So a nice pace here as they have 9 laps to go. As we see a lead change now, looks like Middlebury overtakes Grace Doyle. But Doyle responds right back, takes the lead back from Middlebury, and now they're about dead even. We saw a bit of a move there from Jean Baker, but Grace Doyle responds right back, not letting her have the lead. Right about 5 minutes on the clock. So about halfway through this women's 3K, Grace Doyle still our leader, followed by 2 other athletes in that pack now as Springfield, Cami Wolotica, and Jean Baker seem to be separating a bit from the rest of the field. I believe this is the mile mark now. They will come up on the mile mark. Grace Doyle still in the lead, followed by two other athletes. Grace Doyle will come up on the mile mark at 5:50. So a nice pace for her through the first 8 laps of the race. 7 to go. That is 1,400 meters left. And Doyle overtaken again by Jean Baker. So a big back and forth here between Grace Doyle and Jean Baker for the lead. Let's see how Doyle can respond here. And she responds right back, taking the lead again. So a bit of a back and forth here between Jean Baker and Grace Doyle. We've seen Baker try to overtake the lead a couple times from Grace Doyle, but Doyle not letting her have it, as she has responded right back each time. See 6:40 on the clock here with 6 laps to go. Doyle still leading, as we see Springfield still behind them. So seems to be about a 3 people left in contention here for the win. That was Springfield, Tufts, and Middlebury. We'll see who can answer these last couple of laps. Grace Doyle still leading. 5 laps to go, just over a mile at 7:19. So we've got, or I'm sorry, just over, it was 800, that is 1,000 meters to go. My apologies, I was thinking of outdoor track, which would be 4 laps. But indoor, 200-meter track is half of that. So we have 1,000 meters left to go in this women's 3K. As we see Jean Baker put a move on Grace Doyle, and now she has taken the lead. Let's see if Doyle has any response. She's built a couple of meters, but every time Baker has taken the lead, Doyle has been able to respond. Let's see if she can do it once again with 800 meters left to go. Jean Baker's got about 5 meters or so on Doyle, and they've shaken the Springfield athlete just a bit as she's about 10 meters back, but Baker in the lead here, but Doyle is certainly not out of it yet. Let's see if she has any response here over these last couple of laps. Three to go for Grace Doyle and Jean Baker. 600 meters. Doyle very much still in contention, but she's got some work to do as Baker has put a bit of a lead on her. She's going to have to respond over these last 500 meters now to get that win. So we see them start to lap other athletes. Grace Doyle and Jean Baker, a fight towards the front for the win. And Jean Baker starting to pass other athletes now. And she's built more of a gap on Grace Doyle as they've got 400 meters to go. Jean Baker, the sophomore from Middlebury, seated at 11:13. Grace Doyle in second, Springfield in third. About 300 meters to go.
Submit like a lineup. You guys want us to do that? We're not involved in the sport. Oh, you're the wife? Yeah. We're supposed to be here.
As they will come up and take the bell in just a second in this women's 3K second heat. Here's Baker. 1 lap to go. She starts to pass other athletes. Grace Doyle right behind her. Jean Baker. Let's see if she can kick on this last lap. 10:23 on the clock. Let's see if she has anything left to hold off Grace Doyle for this victory. Grace Doyle also starting to pass other athletes. as they've lapped most of the field at this point. But it looks like Baker has the lead right now, but Grace Doyle is coming. She's not done with yet. Here comes Grace Doyle. And Grace Doyle will take the lead and the win in the last lap. Wow, what a finish, 10:54. I thought she was out of it. Wow, what a finish for Grace Doyle to take the win in the women's 3K. Jean Baker had built about a 7 or 8 meter gap going into that last lap, but Grace Doyle, what a last lap from her, and we'll wait for that split on that last lap, but what a finish, an incredible kick there from the freshman from Tufts to take that win over Jean Baker in really a back and forth race. Baker had taken the lead from Doyle multiple times throughout that race, but Doyle did not let that phase her, and she was really able to bounce back when it seemed like it was over, to be honest. We saw Baker build a big gap over those last couple of laps, but it's not over until it's over, and Grace Doyle was able to kick at the end and take that win. We'll check the official time, but what a finish there for Grace Doyle to take the win in that second heat of the women's 3K. A pretty gutsy finish there for the freshman. That will conclude the action for the women's 3K, and we will move on to the men in just a moment. 2 heats of the men's 3K, as we see some other athletes finish up in the second heat of the women. Our final competitors coming in now. Our top time from Heat 1 again was Julia Brennan of Williams. We'll see how Doyle's time puts her in those rankings. Still waiting for that final time from Doyle. Oh, looks like we still have one competitor left in our second heat. Before we start this men's race, it's like an athlete from New England. So we should get the times up in just a second. Only a few more events left in the Tufts Stampede Open. We just have the men's 3K, and then our relays, the 4x4, should be pretty entertaining to watch. Got 2 heats of women and a heat of men. Oh wait, my apologies. Still one more athlete coming in this women's 3K. As she finishes, and we will now move on to the men. Men's 3K, first heat, 18 competitors. Our top seed, 8-18, Quinn White, Pomona Pitzer. So, coming all the way from California, Pomona Pitzer, Quinn White, our top seed in this first heat of the men's 3K. That's sort of surprising. It's mostly Northeastern schools at this meet, but Pomona Pitzer has 2 athletes, Quinn White and Cameron Hatler, coming all the way from Claremont, California. We have one Tufts athlete in Heat 1. That's Harris Goal Branson, 8:41 seat time, the sophomore, along with some athletes from MIT, Connecticut College, Wesleyan, Coast Guard, Colgate, Middlebury, and Williams, along with Pomona Pitzer. Looks like we're about ready to kick off this men's 3K as we see the official results come in from the women just now. As the gun goes off in the men's race. So the results from Heat 2, Grace Doyle, 10:53, the winner, followed by Jean Baker, 10:55.26. Grace Doyle closed out last lap at a 36.8. Pretty impressive as we see the men's 3K go off. Doyle ran all of her laps between 41 and 44 seconds, but was able to close that last lap in 36.825 to get her to the win, as Baker closed in 40 seconds. But nice race there from Grace Doyle to take the victory in that 3K. And a lot of times, even with those long distance races, it can come down to a kick. And that's why you got to work on sprints and speed work, even if you are a long distance runner. As we saw there, it really can come down to a fast finish like that. And if you're able to have that kick, you can do a lot of damage on those last couple of laps. Turn your attention back now to the men. 3 laps in, I believe, or approaching 3 laps in. We'll get a check on our early leaders. Looks like hip number 13 and 9. Those are the 2 Pomona Pitzer athletes. So our top 2 seeds, 8:18 and 8:20. So Pomona Pitzer, 2 athletes coming all the way from California to Tufts. We'll see what they can do in this men's 3K. Three athletes on the top of this field, the 2 Pomona Pitzer athletes, along with Drew Donahue of Middlebury, have separated themselves a little bit from the field. 10 laps to go now. Has Pomona Pitzer in the lead. Pretty interesting that these are the only athletes I've seen so far from Pomona Pitzer. Oh, perhaps they were at the Boston University meet yesterday. That could be why they're competing here today. A lot of athletes from colleges all around the country and athletes from around the world competed at that meet yesterday. Like I said, where we saw a world record fall. Grant Fisher in the 5K, 12:44. So we had a lot of athletes. Some Tufts athletes actually competed at that meet as well over at BU yesterday. So perhaps the Pomona Pitzer athletes competed yesterday and wanted to get another race under their belt, so they came over to Tufts today, all the way from California. But we have 8 laps to go now. Pomona Pitzer, both 1 and 2. And they built a pretty big lead on Colgate, MIT, and Tufts. That is Harris Goldbranson of Tufts, sophomore. They hit the mile mark in 4:26. So fast pace here in this hot heat of the men's 3K. 4:25 for the mile. Puts them a little bit over 8 minutes for that 3K. So we'll see if they can get near that seat time that they have of 8:18. So they're just cranking out the laps here. 6 to go. Pomona Pitzer followed by Middlebury have like almost 100 meters on the rest of the field. And that's Yichen Sun of MIT in 3rd or 4th position rather, sophomore. But the 3 athletes have separated themselves from the rest of the field by a huge margin. So we'll probably see them start to lap other athletes here. And we see one Pomona Pitzer athlete step off, likely a pacer. That was, I believe, Quinn White pacing his teammate Cameron Halter. We see that a lot of times in a lot of professional races, but not so much in the NCAA. Sometimes people will have a friend or teammate pace the first couple of laps to allow them to get on pace to run a certain time. And seems like hip number 13, Cameron Hatler rather, did a great job there of pacing Quinn White over this first 2K-ish, and he'll have to do the rest on his own. But that can really help a lot of the time when trying to hit a pace. It's a lot harder to run a race on your own when you have a teammate or competitor there right with you pushing you. And we see hip number 9, Quinn White. 3 laps to go at 6:40, so he's really pushing the pace now. Seat at 8:18. He starts lapping other athletes. So a really great showing from him. Middlebury behind him. We see the Tufts athlete, Harris Goldbranson, coming in, leading that chase pack. But 400 meters to go, and Pomona Pitzer absolutely flying. 7:13 with 400 to go. What a run from him, Quinn White. So we should see a time in the low to mid 8s here. Tufts at MIT and Colgate coming up here. But Pomona Pitzer coming up on the bell lap. 1 to go, and he takes the bell here with a huge lead. 7:44. Let's see how fast he can close here. Hopefully get under 8:20. Yeah, he's flying down that backstretch. Lapping most of the field here. Pomona Pitzer, Quinn White, the sophomore. We'll get the final time here in just a moment, but what a showing from him. He passes another athlete and will take the win in 8:14. Wow, what a finish. He closed in about 30 seconds on that final 200. What a showing from him, and he is hyped about it. You see him hug his teammate over there. What a showing from Quinn White of Pomona Pitzer. As we'll see some other athletes come in just a second. Looks like Tufts will take second. Harris Branson. What a finish from him. So we see him lead the next pack. Williams and MIT there, but a nice showing from Harris Branson of Tufts. Kicking there at the end. We'll get the official times in just a moment, but it was all Pomona Pitzer in the lead there, followed by some Tufts athletes. And we will look ahead to the second heat of the men's 3K in just a moment. There will be 21 competitors in that heat. Coming up on the second heat of the men's 3K, 21 competitors here. Our top seed, 855, Will Wise of Wesleyan. This will be our last heat of the men's 3K. And then we will be on to the 4x4s, which will be our final event of the day. There's the gun in the second heat of the men's 3K. We see a lot of athletes from Coast Guard. Seven athletes to be exact from Coast Guard, along with Wesleyan, Williams, Assumption, Connecticut College, and Old Goat Track Club. We saw them last week in the Tufts Cupid Challenge. Represented again, Miles Harrison. That's a nice uniform there in second place for the Old Goat Track Club. That's 8:55 seat time, Miles Harrison. And we see Springfield and Middlebury to round out the field. Looks like Middlebury will be out to early lead. Hip number 21, Frederick Alfonso Frank, followed by Old Goat Track Club. That is Miles Harrison. But the pack still very bunched up here as we are in the early stages of this race. Now we see Old Goat Track Club to the lead. 12 laps to go. Should be pretty competitive finish here. So we see a lot of the athletes pretty tight together. Old Goat Track Club still in the lead here. 2:25 through the 800. Just under 5 minute per mile pace. As we look ahead to the 4x4s, we will have 2 heats of the women, 2 heats of Tufts in that first heat. We'll have 2 heats of Tufts, or 2 heats of Tufts, 2 heats of Williams, and Mount Holyoke. And then Connecticut College, Springfield, another Connecticut College, Amherst, and New England. And then for the men, we will have 1 heat. Connecticut College, Amherst, Connecticut College B team, Springfield, and Tufts. As for the field events, which we have not discussed as much, but now would be a good time to do that. Our winners for some of the events. Men's weight throw winner, Dave Filios of Middlebury, 16.54. Women's weight throw winner, Annika Wagner, Whedon, Mass, 15.99. And a new D3 2025 number 35 time. Men's high jump, Sam McGarahan of Middlebury, 1.90 in a jump-off win versus his teammate Drew McStay, both at 6'2", 7'5", some great jumps there. Women's high jump winner, Allie Wildsmith of the Coast Guard, 1.78, which is just about 5'10". A great jump for the junior from the Coast Guard. Women's long jump, Mackenzie Daggett with a victory from Middlebury, followed by 2 Tufts athletes, Elise Cumberland and Jordan Andrew. Men's long jump, Sam McGarahan, 6.77, which is 22.5, took the win. Women's triple jump, Elise Cumberland of Tufts, 11.71, takes the win in a new D3 number 16 time on the year, 38.5, followed by Jordan Andrew, so a 1-2 finish from Tufts. Men's triple jump still going on. Our top seed is Luke Benson of Tufts, the freshman. Women's pole vault winner, Ellie Fitzgerald of Williams, new D3 number 8, 3.8 meters. Men's pole vault, 15.1 for Vincent Van Maren of Williams, sophomore. Men's shot put still going on, and women's shot put still going on, as you can see on some of our other cams. But directing our attention back to the men's 3K, 6 to go. Old Goat Track Club still in the lead. That's Miles Harrison, as a pack has sort of broken off here. You see 3 athletes still in the mix. 2 Middlebury athletes, that's Frederick Alfonso Frank and Benjamin Klingel. So we see some action in the long jump, I believe, or maybe it's the triple jump. But hear the clapping there. Those events still going on. Four to go now for Miles Harrison. 800 meters left, about 6:40. So we'll see how fast he can run these last 4 laps here. He has not shaken off the 2 Middlebury athletes yet, though. Still in contention. But besides that, they have put some distance on the rest of this field. Coming up on 600 meters to go now. Miles Harrison and Frederick Alfonso Frank, followed by Benjamin Klingel, Middlebury. 600 meters to go here, 3 laps. of the Gantry Center. Should be an exciting finish here to see if Alfonso Frank can catch Old Goat Track Club's Miles Harrison. Coming up on 400 to go. 400 to go at 7:48. See how fast they can close here over this last 400 meters. As they take the bell in the men's 3K, Miles Harrison, 8:23 here. 1 lap to go. He's had the lead the entire time, and he has not looked back. Let's see what he can do on this last 200 meters. Miles Harrison on the home stretch. Still being challenged by Middlebury, but looks like he'll hold him off for the win. 8:56, followed by 8:58 for Middlebury. Tight finish there. Battle for third place here. Assumption College, hit number 7 and 9-10 will take the win. Third place, Timothy Curtin. As the rest of the competitors come in, that will conclude our action for the men's 3K, but still some relays to go. Women's and men's 4x4 still to come in just a moment. Now we look ahead to the relays. 2 Tufts teams will be in this first heat. Our B team will be Nina Corso, Logan Ellie, Jansen, and Kaya West, seated at 408. Williams, Donaldson, Beluska, Jensen, and King Harvey, seated at 348. That's our top seed. 2 Williams teams here. The B team will be Sukup, Nichols, Tarby, and Mazarol. Our Tufts A team, Crow, Smith, Moriarty, and Ariel Shishel, who we saw earlier at the 200. And Mount Holyoke, seated at 414, Robinson, Fadness, Trapp, and Hughes. Here we go, 4x400, getting ready to get set off here. Many consider it to be one of the most exciting events in all of track, the relays. And we will see 2 Tufts teams, 2 Williams teams, and Mount Holyoke, who takes the win here. And they're off. First legs. Gun goes off here. And we will see how these first legs can do. Of course, in the relays, you have to worry about handoffs, and especially on a small 200-meter track like this, it makes handoffs pretty difficult. So we'll see how that goes. But as we look ahead to our leader so far, looks like Ellie of Tufts has the lead. We saw her win her heat in the 400. She has the lead again at 30 seconds through 200. Has lead over Williams and Mount Holyoke. Logan Ellie with the stick for Tufts B. And we'll see if she can hold off Williams to hand off in first here. Logan Ellie coming on to the home stretch, still in the lead, but being trailed there by Williams. And they will hand off Logan Ellie with the lead. Hands off in 1:02. A great leg for Logan Ellie as she hands off to Jansen, being trailed by Williams. So a great first leg for Tufts. We'll see if they can hold them off over these last 1,200 meters. And it looks like Williams has overtaken the lead. Not sure if that's Williams A or B. Looks like it's their B, actually. Ahead of Jansen for Tufts, followed by Mount Holyoke. So it looks like there's only one Tufts team, actually, not two. So one Tufts team, one Williams team, and one Mount Holyoke team. So Williams with the current lead as we will approach the second handoff, as Jansen will hand off to Corso of Tufts with about a 3-second gap, right about 2:05, 2:06 through the 800, followed by Mount Holyoke. Third leg here. Tufts has some work to do if they want to catch Williams for the win, but we still have the anchor legs up to go, and nothing is decided in a 4x4 until the race is over. Williams has built a bit of a lead here on Tufts. This is the third leg here. Corso, 1 lap to go before she hands off to the anchor, Kaya West. And we'll see if she can make up any of this gap. But right now, it looks like Williams right now in a bit of a comfortable lead. Williams has about 40 meters on Tufts as they are about to hand off to their anchor in about 3:05, 3:06. Tufts will hand off in about 3:11, so about 5 seconds back. We'll see if Kaya West can make up any distance on Williams. 2 laps to go left of the track. Williams takes the bell, last lap, and they have a big lead now on Tufts. It looks like Williams is going to take this first heat, but Kyle West for Tufts still holding on to second. But it is all Williams as they will round the home stretch in just a moment. And Williams will take the win here in the first heat of the women's 4x4 and a time of 4:05, 4:06. So a great run there by the Williams squad. Tufts comes in second. Kaya West, they'll finish in 4:18, so about 11 seconds behind the Williams squad. I see Mount Holyoke in third, 4:32. So a nice showing for Williams in that women's 4x4. Not sure if we're having another heat of the women or if we'll move on to the men, but we'll find out in just a second. But it has been all Williams so far in the relays. We see the men's shot put still going on. And I believe it's the long jump as we will direct our attention on the main video to the shot put. Not sure if it says the leaders right now, but yeah, we don't have the scores up just yet, but we'll have the top 9 go to the final for the shot put. Looks like we will have another heat of the women in the 4x4. Looks like we have Connecticut College, Springfield, Amherst, and New England. No Tufts, although they were entered in this event. top seed is Amherst in 4:15. So we are set to start the second heat of the women's 4x4. Just 2 events left on the track, 1 heat of the women and 1 heat of the men. 4:06:36 the official time for Williams in that last heat. They're off in the second and final heat of the women's 4x4. Looks like Amherst out to the early lead. Hip number 5, Amherst, followed by Connecticut College and Springfield, New England, and another Connecticut College team. Amherst will hand off in the lead, followed by Connecticut College, Springfield, second Connecticut. As the second legs start their runs. Amherst building a bit of a lead here, but Springfield and Connecticut College pretty even there for second. As we will look to hand off to the third legs in just a moment. One lap to go here. Oh, it looks like Amherst will step off the track. So Springfield and Connecticut College will be the leaders now. Maybe Amherst only had 2 legs to do the 4x4. So it looks like they will be a DNF. But yeah, maybe they just didn't have enough people to do it. Sometimes in the 4x4, you just got to take whoever's left after doing all these events. But yeah, it's like Amherst will only go through 2 legs. They only had 3 people entered in it, but looks like Amherst will not be the winner then, as I believe it's Connecticut College now in the lead. Actually, no, Springfield in the lead, followed by 2 Connecticut College teams and New England. As we will hand off to the anchor legs now. Springfield will have the lead as we go to the anchor legs. 3:16 on the clock with 400 to go, followed by Connecticut College about 2 seconds back. Connecticut College second team in third, followed by University of New England. One lap to go. Springfield, Connecticut College. Connecticut College not out of it yet, but they have a lot of work to do if they're going to catch Springfield. Last lap here. And oh, it looks like Connecticut College overtook the lead over Oh, my apologies. That was New England. Springfield will take the win. They had lapped the other competitors, but Springfield and Connecticut College 1-2. University of New England was still a lap to go. Connecticut College will take third, their second team, and New England still running. But Springfield will take the win, second heat of the women's 4x4. New England comes in at 4:54. So men getting set to go will have just one heat of the men. 5 teams. 2 teams from Connecticut College, 1 team from Amherst, 1 team from Springfield, and a heat from Tufts. Top seed 325 Amherst. And we're off in the final race of the day. Men's 4x4. Just one heat. Tufts will be Reagan, Currian, Anderson, and Lucas. Tufts looks like they're out to the early lead. Not sure who's running the first leg, but Amherst looking good at about 25 seconds through the 200. Tufts trailing right behind. Amherst hip number 3. Top seed of the day. But Tufts is right on their tail, and Tufts will overtake them in this last 100. But Amherst answers right back, and Amherst will be just ahead, but practically even. And Amherst looks like they messed up the handoff there, and they will step off the track completely. So 2 DNFs for Amherst. It looked like they tried to hand off to the second leg, and he just completely missed it, and they didn't even bother handing it off after that. But looks like Tufts will have the lead now over Springfield. No Amherst in this heat now. Tufts in the lead. And they have built a bit of a gap here on Springfield College. About 5 meters, as we will hand off to our third legs in just about 1:45. Springfield, Connecticut College. It looks like there's actually no, there are 3 teams in this heat. 1 from Tufts, 1 from Springfield, 1 from Connecticut College. We see Tufts still in the lead on this third leg. 2:10 through the 1K. As we're handing off to our anchor legs in just a moment, but Tufts still in the lead as this third leg comes to an end. Tufts with about 10 meters on Springfield, and they will hand off to the anchor in the lead, 2:40 through 1200. See if Springfield has any answer for Tufts in these last 2 laps. Both anchors flying down the backstretch. They'll take the bell here in just a moment, and Tufts will have the lead. 1 lap to go here in the 4x4. Springfield not out of it yet, but Tufts with a small lead as he heads down the backstretch. Springfield maybe closing a little bit, but Tufts still with a decent lead. 100 meters to go. clock hits 3:25. And Tufts will take the win in the 4x4, 3:34. Springfield at about 3:36. So a quick last race of the day as we see Connecticut College come in third place. But that will round out the track events for the day. But we still have some field events to go. Still the men's shot put. And we will take a break for just a moment and we will return with the field events. Welcome back as we turn our attention to the field events. Looks like we still have the triple jump and the shot put going. Men's triple jump going. In the women's triple jump, we saw Elise Cumberland take the win in a D3 number 16 time, followed by her teammate Jordan Andrew in a new D3 number 17 time, or jump rather. But although we've concluded the track events, field still going on. So you see jump there. Men's triple jump, we have the top 9 athletes going to the finals in 20 entries. So 9 of the 20 will be on to the finals. I believe we're on the finals now. But as for the women's shot put, we have the unofficial results. And we had Julia Tulamieri of Middlebury taking the win in 12.1 meters, followed by Caitlin Taylor of Springfield. Men's shot put as well, top 9 to the final. And we should be on to the finals now for the shot put as we reached the end of the Tufts Stampede Open.
Yeah, I just want to say hello once again. It's been a little while since you heard my voice, but you have Trey Williams there on the shot, and we have the men's triple jump concluding as well. Pretty rare, I feel like, that the ending of the meet happens to be in the field events. So we'll ride this one out with you guys until the end. But yeah, as Jacob mentioned, all track events done for today. Anything interesting you saw? Anything? Any standout events?
I think my favorite event of the day was that women's 3K when in Heat 2 when Grace Doyle of Tufts was able to overtake the athlete from Middlebury on that last lap. I thought she was completely out of it. She was back like 10 to 15 meters going into the final lap, and she closed her last lap in a 36 after running 2,800 meters to take the win. It really shows that in track, it is not over until you cross the finish line. Anything can happen. And if you have a nice kick like that, then it can really help you win races.
Yeah, and on this track, I feel like that kick can come out of nowhere. You see so many bodies coming out that back curve, and then all of a sudden somebody emerges. So, yeah, those long distance events definitely delivered today. You had plenty of heats in the plenty of athletes in the 1K. You saw
Yeah,
plenty of Amherst.
how about that? The top 5 athletes in the 1K from Amherst, Jacob Connolly in 2:32, which is a blistering pace, right about just over 4 flat mile pace. Amherst with a lot of middle distance talent. Top 5 in the 1K. We also saw some great performances in the 800, the 600. Some unique events in the track today. You don't typically see the 600 and 1K run, but it was nice to watch them. Tufts took top 3 in the 600, led by Ryan Reagan, 122. But yeah, it was certainly entertaining to see some of those events you don't normally see in meets. And yeah, it was great to watch.
Yeah, obviously, Gancher Center. We were here last week for the Cupid Challenge. Today, I think they rebranded it to be the Stampede Open.
Oh, really?
It was just called the Tufts Invitational, but I like the Stampede Open a
Mm.
bit more. And for the rest of the season, doesn't seem like we'll be back in Gancher at least for a little while. Next week on their schedule, Springfield College Invitational, and then the D3 New England Championships, as well as some NCAA championships later down the line. So we'll be a little while until we're back in Gancher, at least for the Tufts team. But it's a very real possibility that we have some outdoor track for you all as well, coming in late March and April, specifically the Tufts University Sunshine Classic. So that'll be on Ellis Oval, which is also the football field. So track may be done or winding down for today, but won't be winding down for the season.
Yeah, it should be exciting to see the outdoor events as well. We saw some Tufts athletes compete this weekend at the BU Boston University Valentine meet as well, where we saw a lot of professional athletes compete there. Like I mentioned before, a world record went down at that meet. In the 5,000 meters, we saw Grant Fisher set a new world record at that meet. We saw a couple Tufts athletes. We saw Miles Sandowski break 50 seconds in the 400, a freshman. Should be exciting to see what he does the rest of the season. And looking ahead, we've got regionals, New England championships, and then we've got the NCAA out indoor track and field championship in just under a month's time, March 14th. Should be exciting to watch.
Yeah, so a lot of those events need a certain qualifying standard. So you'll see these athletes almost force themselves, step up their game to meet those qualifying standards, whether that be in the jumps, qualifying marks, or certain times. If you get below a certain set time, depending on if it's the New England Championships or the D3 Championships, then you'll get entry into these elite meets. But yeah, looking back at that BU, there are almost 212 athletes just in that 5K, ranging from collegiate all the way to pro and world record time. So that was pretty outstanding. You can see some jumps and claps surrounding the jumps. Nice landing there. Can't quite see the bib of that athlete, but yeah, as we mentioned, field event still ongoing. Shot put likely in the final stages.
Going back to that BU meet, we saw 2 Tufts athletes break 50 in the 400. Pretty incredible. Miles Sandowski, a freshman, and Cameron McLeod, 49.75 and 49.83. So some great performances for Tufts at that meet. A lot of people consider that BU track to be one of the fastest in the world. We've seen so many records go down there. So guess some of the Tufts athletes got a taste of that BU magic running there yesterday.
Yeah, it's something we've brought up a lot. Boston's in a very privileged position for track and all track related things, whether that be casual runs or, the best of the best facilities. So definitely a lot of track action going down, and we are still ongoing with the triple jump. Seems like we're reaching the final stages as the claps typically come in for the last jumps or to get people over the edge. I'm personally a big fan of it. I don't always employ the claps, but if I feel like it will help, why not go for it? You just need a good crowd around you or a good teammate. So you can see a little handshake there. It seems like a Springfield and Amherst athlete shaking hands. on a job well done. Have Trey Williams back again in the shot put. Think he's one of the favorites. He's up there.
Trey Williams with a seed time of 13.65. You see the top seed, Gavin Schmidt of Amherst, 16.33, a freshman. So I don't know if we've seen him throw yet, but that should be exciting to watch in these finals.
Can I hop on?
And commentate?
No, just talk about the day. All right. All right, and welcome. Just as a little post-meet treat, we have Sar Maturi here, who did just run the 200 meters today, but typically a jumper. How was your day? How did things go? How are you feeling about the Stampede Open?
I'm feeling very great, honestly. Like I'm happy to just take a break from jumps, just get back onto the track. I did sprint in high school, but you know, just like the two did not go as planned. But
all
you
right.
know, hey, like we go on to next week. Bigger things to come at Springfield when we do get back to jumping. Huge shout out to Simi Lawal, who like matched her almost matched her PR in the 60 qualifying, and then like absolutely demolished it in the finals. So huge shout out to her. That's probably like my highlight of the day.
Yeah, that's great. We saw the Cupid Challenge last week. We had the Stampede Open here today. Do you have any goals you've set for yourself as you head into the qualifying meets and
Yeah.
hopefully some championships later down the line?
Yeah. The goal is to, in God's hands, obviously to win New England's in the long jump, and then in the triple jump also to just be a huge point scorer there. We have an amazing freshman, Luke Benson, who I hope wins in the triple jump. But like my goal is to win long jump and then to also like qualify for nationals. That would be huge. Obviously need to have about like a 15 to 18 centimeter PR. But I do think that it's something that could happen next week at Springfield.
Yeah, it could very well all be in the cards
Yeah.
as we kind of head into we're in the middle of the indoor season.
Yeah.
So are you looking forward to outdoor as well, just
Yeah,
around
yeah.
the corner?
Yeah. We have a training trip down in Atlanta, so that should be very fun. Just to get some of the NESCAC schools down in warm weather. Usually see some great times, especially in the 1 to 4. And then some of the distance guys do surprise you, like as they get to run the 10K for the first time. So I'm definitely excited for that.
Great. And I guess we'll let you get back with your team, but is there any message you want to send out to the viewers at home or any message for your team?
Honestly, I'm very happy with how we've been progressing throughout the season. I just hope that like everyone takes care of their bodies, and then we go and we win New England as a team. I think that's not too far off, but if we do fall short, to just stay within top 3 and then get geared up for NESCACs.
Well, I'm sure you'll be up there.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. I'll take your headset.
Of course.
But that was Sar Maturi. Wish him all the best. And
Thank you.
hope you enjoyed. I'll hand it back to Jacob and we'll kind of wrap things up as triple jump has officially concluded. And Sar will go back with his team. You have quite the viewing audience here now. Can see just about all those light blue shirts. And so Jacob, want to send us off? We'll leave the stream running for you, but any concluding thoughts?
Well, it was a great showing from Tufts today. In the Tufts Stampede Open, we saw a lot of PRs, a lot of great performances. And the team looks really great as we head into the championship season. It should be really exciting to see how the rest of indoor plays out and how the team does in regionals and eventually NCAAs on March 14th.
Yeah, so a lot to look forward to there. And as I mentioned, we'll let the shot put play out. We'll join the viewing audience, but just wanted to say thank you. We've been out here for just over 7 hours, so combined shifts, it is quite the effort, but want to say thank you to all the members of our crew. We had Sebastian Gold on camera, we had Noah Goldstein running around doing some errands. I've been Max Antonini. Jacob Cece, do you want to sign us off?
Thank you for watching JumboCast, and we will see you soon.